We need to keep lighting the fire with younger people, with funny people, with disgruntled people, letting them know that they can come with us, get inside, because we're getting on the road to freedom, and there are plenty of seats for you jackasses. You may not know it yet, but we have a lot more in common than we do that separates us. And one of the people who has deeply inspired me with his work, with his words, is Nick Gillespie, who has been fighting the good fight since the 90s, since the early 90s at Reason, when I first learned what it meant to be a libertarian because of Kurt Loder, whom I used to work with at MTV, who is an incredible writer, an incredible host. You miss him every day on MTV News because MTV abandoned the M a long time ago. And Penn Jillette. And that's when Nick Gillespie started working at Reason. And he writes books, and he produces videos, and he produces thoughtful work and challenges people in some of the most interesting interviews around. And I am constantly going back to that well for inspiration and ideas. And I am so excited to bring him to the stage because he has worn all white for this occasion. No, I'm just kidding. He is the vampire of liberty, and I love every single thing about him. Give a beautiful Texas-sized welcome to Nick Gillespie.
Thank you. Hey. Hey, everybody. Are you having a good time? All right, let me not hear that again. Are you having a good time? Okay, well, that ends now. Okay, now. I want to thank Kennedy. I want to thank Young Americans for Liberty. I want to thank the Ron Paul Institute. But mostly I want to thank Dr. Ron Paul himself. And I want to, by honoring him, I want to tell you a little bit about the libertarian movement over the past 40 years or so. When I started, Reason Magazine was founded in 1968. I started working there in 93. And, when I showed up there, when I talked to my colleagues and readers, you say, like, how did you get into libertarianism? And almost all of the people said one of three things. They said it was Ayn Rand, it was Milton Friedman, or it was like reading Reason Magazine. And I can tell you in the early aughts, or in the 2000s, it was Ron Paul more than any single other person who ignited a revolution, a Ron Paul revolution built around basic libertarian ideals that were drawing college kids from around the country to skip class and go see, at that time, a 72-year-old OBGYN. And that, who was unlike Bernie Sanders, was not promising to give them all kinds of free stuff all the time. This is the power of the message, and I want to remind us all, because this is the way forward for the libertarian movement and for America, is to recapture and reformulate and constantly be refreshed by Ron Paul's basic message during his 2008 presidential run, which really kicked off, among other things, there's no Tea Party without Ron Paul 2008. And there is no anti-war sensibility that was unimaginable. In 2006, the country should have been anti-war, but it wasn't there yet. Ron Paul helped make the country anti-war and keep it anti-war. He inspired tons of things, but his basic stump speech, he would make 3 points to sold-out college auditoriums. And the first was, I don't want to run your life because we all have different values. I wouldn't know how to do it, and I don't have the authority under the Constitution. People rallied to that, and they should. His second point was, I'm running for president, but I don't want to run the economy. People run the economy in a free society. It's an incredible statement. And then his third point was, I don't want to run the world. We don't need to be imposing ourselves around the world. And that was sweet violin music to the ears of a country that was mired and would continue to be mired in thoughtless wars and wars of choice for another decade to come. But this, Ron also, and skip ahead to the 2012 run, there was a moment there which I think encapsulated both his genius, his brilliance, and the power of his message. There was a Fox News debate of the GOP candidates, and and this is after the money bombs and after Ron Paul had smoked Rudy Giuliani in 2008 and had come in second place, and people are like, why is this guy so popular? And this moment, I think, encapsulated it with a sense of humor and a sense of vision, a sense of decency, and a deep understanding of human freedom. Chris Wallace said to him, Dr. Paul, you are known for saying you want to legalize all drugs, cocaine, LSD, marijuana, even heroin. Do you stand by that? And Dr. Paul said, yes, I do. And Chris Wallace was kind of befuddled, and he said, but if we make heroin legal, won't more people use it? And Dr. Paul said, I'm not going to use it. Are you? And it was like, wow, there's somewhere, a cosmic smile. You don't have to be tripping on LSD or high on weed to get the joke. What Ron Paul was saying in this kind of context was that we will be good stewards of our own lives. And if we are a free people, we will build free institutions and live in a free society, and everything will work out. Everything will be better. That's the thing about Ron Paul. And as we celebrate his first 90 years and look forward to his second 90 years, this is the energy and the optimism. Like Kennedy, I had a chance to chat briefly with him. He is the most optimistic person in the world. There's lots of reasons to believe that everything, is going dark, and the lights are turning out all over the world. They're not. Humans are the greatest resource. Optimism is the energizer, and the fuel forward is the Ron Paul revolution, the libertarian ideas that we shouldn't be running the government shouldn't run the economy, it shouldn't run our lives, and it shouldn't run the world. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at Ron Paul's 100th birthday celebration. Thank you.
I'm going to be at the 180th. Yeah, you down? That's right. I love the denim. Sydney Sweeney, let's do this. I know, you can play a drinking game if you want when I'm on Fox News. You'll be hammered if I say, bring back the gold standard, taxation is theft, or end the Fed. Where do you think I got that? Oh, thank you. I got that from Dr. Ron Paul. And he's also selling these caftans in the lobby. So for many of us, our politics are defined by our personal experiences, and the pursuit for criminal justice and federal prison reform is incredibly personal to this next woman who fought tirelessly against all odds and all institutions to free her son, Ross Ulbricht. And I'm going to let her speak on his behalf. Her story is absolutely incredible, and we should all have someone in our lives as devoted to our cause as she has been to her sons and his freedom. And thank God he is free. Thank God for Lynn Ulbricht. Here she is.
Well, of course, I messed up my notes. Wow. It's so good to be here. It's something about being around all these freedom-loving people. It's just so wonderful. So 3 generations of my family have admired and supported Dr. Paul. The first was my liberty-loving mother, who called me back in 1979 from New York and said, "You're in Texas, you should vote for Ron Paul." I didn't really know much about him, but I looked into him, and yes, I voted for Ron Paul for Congress in 1979. And so it was me, and I, and my mother, and my son, Ross, who was very inspired by Ron Paul. And as a college student, like Nick mentioned, one of the many college students, and brought him to Penn State and campaigned for him for president in 2008. And then that very on fire for freedom guy went on to create a free market online website that became quite well known. But I'm not blaming Dr. Paul for that. No, I'm not, don't get me wrong. That was not, but I'm so grateful that 6 years ago, Dr. Paul publicly said that he would pardon my son Ross. That meant so much to me, that Dr. Ron Paul would come out and say that. And he said, you know, I'd do it. I would pardon him. And with he's so common sense and clear, and he just said, anyone can see he's not a violent criminal. He has no violent charges. He's not a vicious criminal. It's obvious. And of course he should be pardoned. And then he went on to say that there should be a whole lot more pardons of people who are fighting for liberty. And I like I say, it meant so much to me that he, of all people, would come out and say that. And then years later, it was Dr. Paul's followers, many of you here, who are absolutely instrumental in freeing Ross and having him today not be in a cage, but be getting over having been in a maximum security prison. Thank you. Thank you. I am so grateful to you. Unfortunately, Ross couldn't be here today, but he asked me to send his happiest of birthday wishes to Dr. Paul and to tell him how much it meant to him and how thankful he is to him for being such an inspiration to him and to so many others around the world, for never wavering from his principles, his integrity, to being that heroic example of someone who never wavered. It was always could count on him to speak out for liberty and defend it. Despite many challenges, many challenges. And I want to say that here is Dr. Paul at 90 years old. He makes being older, being cool, look cool. He's like cool. Which personally I find very inspiring. Yes, and it inspires me. I can appreciate, wow, you mean I don't have to stop because I'm, older woman? I can keep fighting for liberty too. He's not giving up, and he's 90. Not quite there yet. And so, Dr. Paul, I figure if you can keep going, I can too, and none of us really has an excuse. And you don't let your age stop you. I'm not going to either. And hey, we've got a lot to do, but he's ignited a movement, a powerful movement, that is alive and well and all over the world. And let's keep going, onward. So, happy birthday, Dr. Paul. Thank you so much for all you've done and for who you are. Thank you.
Lynn, Ulbricht, everybody, and all our speakers. All right. Now, we got people watching on ronpaulmoneybomb.org all over the world. But right now, in this very moment, we are in Texas. And so, our next speaker is someone who has been fighting for Texas and carrying out the Ron Paul vision in Texas for years now to reduce the size and scope of government and force sound money. You know him, you love him. Please welcome to the stage, Don Huffines.
Well, hello, liberty lovers. Hello, patriots. What a great day to celebrate Ron Paul's birthday. I mean, this is fantastic. It really is. I didn't know I was going to get up here on the stage, so I don't have any prepared remarks. But I want to tell you about my mentor. I want to tell you how much he has meant to me over the last 30 years, when I supported him for Congress in the 80s, and he ran for president on a libertarian ticket. And then I could buy some gold coins from him back then. And then he, of course, ran for Congress, came back, won again. Hey, how many of y'all were there in 08 walking in the snow in New Hampshire? How many of y'all there in 12 walking in the snow in New Hampshire again? I really thought we were going to win. I really did. I really was a little naive, but I thought surely people are going to hear the truth. Surely they're going to wake up. And he has awoken so many people, millions of not only Americans, but around the world. He's awakened the sheep from their slumber. He has shown the world what it means to be a liberty lover. You know, when I told, I've got posters and everything of Ron all over my house for years, decades, but I wrote him a letter a few years ago, and I said, Ron, I want you to write me a response and tell me what is the fundamental role of government. And he did, of course. And the first line on of that letter he wrote back is, the fundamental role of government is always to defend your liberty. It's imperative that every elected office holder knows that. If they keep that in mind, everything else will fall in place. It's always to defend your God-given liberty. Well, patriots, are you ready to take the Ron Paul revolution to Austin, Texas? I mean, do you think it's time to doge Austin, Texas? Well, I do. And then I'm going to be the next comptroller of Texas. Thank you. And guess what the comptroller's in charge of? The new transactional gold and silver. It's a new piece of legislation that just got passed in Austin, that you can use your gold and silver on a credit card. You put it in the depository of Texas, and we're finally going to have an opportunity to have sound money. Now, who's been a champion of sound money forever? Ron Paul. Ron Paul. I mean, okay. Patriots, it's going to be a new day in Texas, let me tell you. It really is. We're going to have not only sound money, we're going to have school choice, we're going to have freedom, we're going to have education freedom. That's in the comptroller's office also, 100% of it. And patriots, this is a rare opportunity to bring liberty to Austin, Texas. I can tell you I am honored to follow in the footsteps of my mentor, Ron Paul. How many of y'all have a mentor, a political mentor? I think probably everybody does. You wouldn't be here if you didn't have one, and he's certainly one to have. Patriots, our greatest days are coming. They really are. They're here. They're going to dawn bright and beautiful because of Ron Paul. He's changed the world. He's lit the prairie fires of liberty that have swept the country and have swept the world. He is the founder of the Tea Party. He's the founder of the MAGA movement. He's 15 to 20 years ahead of his time. Right now, he would have won the Republican nomination. Well, God bless you. God bless Ron Paul on his 90th birthday, and God bless the state of Texas. Thank you very much for liberty, prosperity, and virtue always. God bless you all.
Could you tell me whether or not you do your own shopping at the grocery store?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you're aware of the prices. But, you know, this argument that the prices are going up about 2%, nobody believes it. You know, and the old CPI says prices are going up at 9%. So they believe this. And people on fixed incomes, they're really hurting. The middle class is really hurting because their inflation rate is very much higher than the government tries to tell them. And that's why they lose trust in government. You took over the Fed in 2006. I have a silver ounce here. And this ounce of silver back in 2006 would buy over 4 gallons of gasoline. Today it'll buy almost 11 gallons of gasoline. That's preservation of value, and that's what the market has always said should be money. Money comes into effect in a natural way, not in an edict, not by fiat, by governments declaring it is money. You know, as much as I would like to do something with the Fed, I say the Fed's going to self-destruct eventually anyway when the money's gone. But why wouldn't we legalize competing currencies? Why couldn't people put this in a mattress and get 4 or 5 times much of the value in a few years? So the record of what you've done in the last 6 years is destroy the value of real money.
First of all, good to see you again, Congressman Paul.
So, Ron Paul was oftentimes the only person in Congress to stand up for true sound money, right? Returning to the gold standard, ending the Fed. He was certainly the loudest voice for it. He always stood true. And that is in no small part because he had a great team when he was at the Capitol. And a big part of that team was someone who also is a true believer in sound money and fiscal sanity and responsibility. One of the smartest guys out there in the movement. I want to bring up to the stage Ron Paul's former chief of staff, former president of the Mises Institute, and general counsel to Monetary Metals, Mr. Jeff Deist. Come on up, Jeff.
I think most of you know Dr. Paul from the 2008-2012 presidential campaigns. But what you might not know about him is some of the years he spent in the wilderness, some of the evenings he spent, countless evenings away from his wife and family over the years. And what you especially might not know is how much shabby treatment he endured, not only from the mainstream media, not only from the political class, but from his own political party. So he doesn't like to toot his own horn, but I will. As many of you know, Dr. Paul was in the Air Force. It interrupted his medical training. He was offered the opportunity to enlist or be drafted. So he chose enlistment. During his time in the Air Force, he was at various Air Force bases as a medical doctor. He would actually moonlight extra hours in the ER on these various bases for a couple dollars an hour. And back then, an ER doctor for the Air Force was expected to do minor surgeries, appendectomies, tonsillectomies, deliver babies, just a general practitioner. Imagine a medical doctor being able to do that today, a GP. So when Dr. Paul and his wife Carol decided they wanted to stay in South Texas, they liked it. They were tired of the cold winters up in Pittsburgh where they were from. They found a little town of Lake Jackson, Texas, which didn't have much in the way of OBGYN coverage, shall we say. And back then, as now, it was basically a company town for Dow Chemical. And they didn't have this NIMBYism back in the 1960s. They actually liked the jobs that chemical and petroleum refining provided for the area. It's still true today to an extent. So Dr. Paul found an older gentleman who was getting ready to retire his practice. He joined up with him. And on his first day of practice as a medical doctor, as an obstetrician, guess what Ron Paul had? He had a waiting room full of patients. Guess what he did not have on his first day as a medical doctor. He didn't have any student loan debt. He didn't have anyone in his office who dealt with medical billing because it didn't exist. And he didn't have malpractice insurance because it wasn't a thing. And like all obstetricians of his time, and I'm sure many today, Dr. Paul understood that a certain percentage of the women he treated and provided care up through delivery simply wouldn't pay. In other words, he treated a certain number of his patients for free. That's just the way it was. We didn't consider it socialized medicine or anything else. It wasn't considered particularly noble. It was just something you did. And of course, back then, from your very first visit when you found out you're pregnant, all the way through delivery in the hospital was a couple $100s. Things have changed, folks. In 1972, a young student at the University of Houston named Michael Keller was on the student council, and he insisted that they bring this old German, Austrian guy, who's this guy? Some old economist named Ludwig von Mises. He insisted that they bring him to the University of Houston campus to give a talk and, pay for his travel expenses out of the student government budget. He wouldn't budge, and so as a result of this, Ludwig von Mises visited the University of Houston in 1972. A young medical doctor named Ron Paul drives up there, takes the day off with his partner, and sees him deliver a speech. And on his way back home that evening, he says, I have to do something. I have to do something about what's going on. And as a result of that, he decided to run in a special election for Congress in the 1970s, eventually won, and served a few terms before leaving, which you may not know, in 1984 to run for Senate in Texas against Phil Gramm. God, I'll take Ron. No offense, Phil. And then in 1988, a few years later, he decides to run in this bid for the Libertarian Party presidential campaign. This was very thin and sketchy back then, folks. You got to understand, there were no cell phones, there were no email. Ron's flying around the country on Southwest Airlines, going to these events for the Libertarian Party, like 30 people. Maybe the weirdo with a junky car actually picks him up at the airport. Maybe they don't. But by doing that, he was building his network. He was developing a client list of physical mail addresses back then, and he was starting to consider doing a precious metals newsletter. And by doing that, by sacrificing all that time and hardship back in the 80s, he was building a list of names, which eventually became quite a mailing list, and eventually very much helped his son, Ron Paul, become a senator from the state of Tennessee. From the state of Kentucky. So in 1995-ish, Ron decides he wants to run for Congress again. He wants to get back in. But in the interim, he's delivered over 4,000 babies. 4,000. And you got to understand, Ron was not part of a big medical group. It was just him. Again, no cell phones. He would leave his number with a calling service and go home for the evening. Or he would tell them, I'm going to be at this restaurant tonight. Here's the number. And a lot of those 4,000 babies he delivered didn't come between 9 and 5. Monday through Friday, shall we say. It was just Ron. This was hard physical work, okay? And because of that, a lot of people knew him in his district. So Newt Gingrich, remember the contract with America? Newt Gingrich is Speaker of the House. George W. Bush and Karl Rove are in the governor's mansion in Austin. All of them spring into action to defeat Ron and make sure he doesn't come back into office. They go and get Greg Laughlin, the sitting member of Congress for the district, a Democrat. They get him to switch parties by giving him a plum committee assignment. Doesn't matter. Ron beats this guy. He beats him like a mule. And then in the general election, there's a Democrat with the unfortunate nickname in South Texas of Charles Lefty Morris. So this guy comes out with an ad saying, Ron Paul's crazy, he'd legalize drugs. So Ron runs a counter ad in his white lab coat as a doctor. And so many people across this part of South Texas knew him. He delivered my son. He delivered me. I've been to Red Lobster with Ron and Carol where people come and say, Dr. Paul, you delivered me. That's pretty powerful. That's pretty hard to beat. So think about that. All these people want to run for office. Be somebody first. So when Ron defeats Charles Lefty Morris in the general, George W. Bush and Karl Rove call him over to Austin and say, wow, you surprised us. Congratulations, you really did it. He returns to Congress. Guess what they do? They don't give him any credit for his earlier tenure in Congress. They start him over as a rank freshman with regard to all of his committee assignments. This is a pattern throughout Ron Paul's career of shabby treatment by this worthless Republican Party. But he persists anyway. And this time around in Congress, it culminates in the 2007 financial crisis. The entire Republican Party is scared out of its mind that they're all going to get unelected in the fall. So they go across the street to the Capitol Hill Club and have an entire GOP caucus meeting. Spencer Baucus from Alabama is chairman of the Financial Services Committee, basically the banking committee. In front of everybody, the entire Republican caucus, he says, you know what, guys? All these years, Ron Paul's been saying this, and we've been dismissing him. And all these years, he was right. And now the wolf is at our door. So Ron finally started to get his due. And you all know what happened in this 2008 and 2012 campaigns for president. You saw how the media treated him when he was coming in second and they were acting like he didn't exist. You saw all this. You saw when those clowns in South Carolina booed him for saying that our foreign policy should be the golden rule. You saw this. So he spent a lot of years in the wilderness. And today, he gets his due. Ron Paul was right. He was right. And it turns out there's no such thing as domestic policy versus foreign policy. There's just intervention. That's it. And Ron was against it all. And so today, while he's still alive and with us for a lot longer, we all hope, Ron Paul gets his due as one of the greatest men of peace in modern history. Thank you, Ron, for everything you've done.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeff. Next, we have a video address from someone who was not able to be here today. Please welcome this birthday message from Roger Ver. Roll the tape, Mr. Technical Director.
Hello, I'm Roger Ver, founder of Bitcoin.com and many other businesses in the crypto space. I first became aware of Ron Paul shortly after hearing about Harry Browne in his 1996 presidential campaign. Met Ron Paul in person for the first time, I believe, in 1999 at the California Libertarian Party convention, and was a fan ever since, and was a proud supporter of his money bombs back in 2008 and 2012 presidential campaigns. And then after that, really dove into Bitcoin. But I want to thank Ron Paul for shaping a generation and making in the Fed a cool catchphrase within people all over the world today. So thank you, Ron Paul, for everything you have done. The entire world owes you a debt of gratitude.
Tremendous. That's what I'm saying. Some people are saying free Roger. I'm saying that too. So thank you for the message, Roger. Next, I'd like to give a thank you to our sponsors for this event. We can roll that slide. We have plenty of sponsors that you should absolutely meet outside in the hallway during the dinner break, including but not limited to Campaign HQ, the Free State Project, Lone Star Injury Attorneys, Libertarianism.org, Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing, and so much more. Next slide, please. Texacoin is also a major sponsor of this event. It is a honest cryptocurrency by Texans for Texans and for everyone in between. I personally hold and mine Texacoin. I've been very pleased with the results so far. So thank you, Texacoin, for making this event possible. Next slide, please. The Hendrickson Jet Center, an executive airport located in Houston and Katy. Ron Hendrickson is a true champion for liberty, the owner of this airport, and he's a big reason this event and a lot of the work that YAL does to reach students across the country is possible. So big thank you to the Hendrickson Jet Center. Next slide, please. Ron Paul Institute, of course, prime sponsor of this event. This institute exists to carry out Ron's message of peaceful foreign policy and civil liberties at home to the masses, continuing to reach people and wake them up. And finally, we have Young Americans for Liberty, right? Which is getting out there to build the next generation of liberty leaders, elect the next generation of liberty representatives, and pass liberty legislation that is going to change our country for the better, back to the founders' intent, so we can leave people the heck alone. And now I would like to introduce the brainchild, the person who created Young Americans for Liberty, our founder and our CEO, Mr. Jeff Frazee. Come on down, Jeff. He also happened to be Students for Ron Paul 2008 Youth Director, so that's pretty cool. Take it away, Jeff.
Thanks, Sean. Well, I know it's pretty much me and Dan McAdams between now and dinner, so I appreciate you hanging with us. I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to thank everybody for coming out. This has just been incredible. And, Ron means a lot to me. He's done a lot, and just want to say thanks. Thanks for being here. Thanks for celebrating Ron. Thanks for carrying on this institute. And we hold this event because we wanted to make sure that the Ron Paul Institute and its legacy carried on for generations to come. And I want to thank you all for buying tickets, sponsors for sponsoring tables, VIPs for coming and putting up a pretty penny to be here. And we did it all to contribute all the profits and proceeds to the Ron Paul Institute. So as you've seen on the screens, these tickers going by, ronpaulmoneybomb.org. We have an online live stream as well as a money bomb going on right now, and people are contributing left and right. And all of it's going to go in support of the Ron Paul Institute and continue Ron Paul's legacy. So we had made up for a portion of the proceeds so far. The dollar amount keeps going up. But I wanted to bring Daniel McAdams onto the stage. He's the director of the Ron Paul Institute. Come on up, Daniel. And Daniel, I wanted to present at least the first check to the Ron Paul Institute for $150,000. This is, you can thank the great people who are here. And I want to specifically call out Bobby Gray. Bobby, are you here? There he is right here with Texas Coin. You're right in front of me. I didn't even see you. Bobby, come on up. So, quick story. It was June. We were organizing this event, trying to get the word out and let people know that, hey, we're having a birthday party for Ron Paul. Bobby calls us and says, hey, I heard you doing this. We got to make this big. I was like, all right, well, what do you mean, Bobby? Tell me what you need. We're going to make this big. And I said, well, we need a marketing budget. Well, Bobby put up a pretty big donation that allowed us to more than double what he was able to contribute in order to support this event. So, Bobby, you've been the inspiration. You really have for us to be able to make this event big. And I know you've been a long Ron Paul supporter as well, and to your great credit, I know you've been doing this in sponsor Texas Coin, but you've made it very clear to me from the beginning that you're doing this in support of Ron Paul. And I want to thank you for that, and thank you for allowing us to host this tremendous event. So thank you for bringing these people out. Absolutely.
So if you remember the money bombs from 2008, the numbers that we produced back then were way larger than what I see on these screens right now, right? Yeah. So we're going to break for dinner in a minute, I think. And so what I want to do is I want to challenge everybody here to make that number up there much more impressive. And I'll match the next $50,000 that comes in. So if you guys hit that screen, make the number go way up, and I'll put another $50,000 on top of it to match whatever that number is up there by the end of dinner. All right? Thanks again, everyone.
Awesome, buddy. Awesome. Well, Daniel, take it away.
Well, I know I'll keep it short because everyone is hungry, but I cannot not thank my great friend Jeff Frazee and the Young Americans for Liberty for putting this on, for making all the unbelievable efforts to put this complicated program together. Let's give them a round of applause, please. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank all of you for coming out, some from very, very far distances. Someone was joking to me backstage that this audience looks like my Twitter feed. These are my people. I'm not going to keep you long here, but I just want to tell a quick story. Jeff Frazee, as you know, was an intern in Ron Paul's legislative office when we were working there. And we got to know him, an energetic young man. When the campaign came along, he slipped into his place, which is Students for Ron Paul, and he galvanized young people to support Ron Paul. And that was the core of Ron Paul's support. It was young people educating their parents about freedom and liberty. And that was because of Jeff Frazee. And if I may be so bold, I might say that it was because Ron Paul saw something in Jeff Frazee, and he invested in Jeff Frazee. And when Jeff Frazee had the idea to create Young Americans for Liberty, he invested not just his support, but he invested himself in the creation of this with the understanding that this young man knew what he was doing and could achieve something. And look how many millions, probably, of young people he's directly and indirectly influenced to all become little ambassadors for liberty. And they're all growing up. So I will just say quickly, that is what we're doing at the Ron Paul Institute. Next weekend, by the way, mark your calendars, is our 19th conference at the Ron Paul Institute. This is our 9th annual conference for DC. We've got a great event coming up. We've got Judge Napolitano, we've got Professor Jeffrey Sachs, we've got Colonel Douglas McGregor, we've got Max Blumenthal. It's going to be a very great event. This is what we do. We bring people together. That's what we do as well. And the other thing we do, inspired by Ron Paul and what he's done with his support for Young Americans for Liberty, is we invest in young people as well. That is the future. That is Ron Paul's legacy. The day before this event, we will hold our 6th annual Ron Paul Scholars Seminar. That is for upper division undergrads and grad students for a one-day boot camp on foreign policy, civil liberties, and frankly, just how to survive in a very complicated world. So that will be an important event for us in our investment in the future, and the wonderful support of Bobby and so many of the others will help us. Now, right now, we can only take about 15 students because we have to pay the bills. It's Ron Paul, after all. You're not going to spend another penny than you bring in. But just imagine what we can do if we can grow this. It's great to be activists. That's so important. But we also have to educate young people about liberty. We have to deprogram them from what their professors are teaching them. And that's what we do. And that's what we do every year, but we'd like to do it twice a year, maybe more often than that. So with your wonderful, kind, and generous support, that's just one of many, many things we can do to keep Ron Paul's legacy alive and continue moving forward the Ron Paul revolution. Thank you very much.
All right, and with that, working backwards, right? We're gonna have our keynote speaker, our special guest of honor, Dr. Paul, speak around 8 o'clock. We will have even more speakers, including but not limited to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, between 7 to 8. At 6 o'clock, the great Jimmy Vaughn is gonna play a set for you all. And so, between now and 6, go get some food. Let's eat. Thanks, everybody. And don't forget to donate to ronpaulmoneybomb.org. Thanks, everybody.
On the site is bring loved ones of the people in there to have a minute or two video. Send us your video, or get in touch with us. This is what my loved one is in there for, and this is how many years. Mm-hmm. And once you start seeing the faces, because that's what I did in person, but it's once you start seeing these stories, you can't help. It's not just statistics. Statistics are horrifying, but you don't quite get it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
Mothers are the most powerful force, and we really saw that coming out of the pandemic, whether it was the trans and kids agenda, whether it was public schools overreaching. Mm-hmm. Once you start messing with our kids, we become very, very powerful, and we don't even know how powerful we are until we have to. Yeah. Thank you for being with me today, Lynn.
Thank you for having me. And just one point, you don't have to be a mother.
Yes.
We're mothers and others.
Mothers and others, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you
Thanks,
again.
Josie.
Absolutely,
really
my pleasure.
it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Spaces with Josie. I'm your host, Josie the Redheaded Libertarian. We're coming at you live today from Ron Paul's birthday barbecue, and I'm doing a series of speed interviews. Right now I have with me Spike Cohen. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome.
It's so good to see you again. I interviewed you last year, and that was really a hit. People had a lot of fun with that, and we did too. We just kept talking and talking. It was great. So I'm expecting this to be another fun interview.
I sure hope so.
So you, like many others our age, were raging neoconservative in the early 2000s, following 9/11. So we were kids. We were lied to. You know, it happens.
I was a kid. I was on drugs. I have a lot of excuses that a lot of adults that continue to be neocons have no excuse for.
Exactly. You know, we were impressionable children. I didn't know what I was, but I remember being in the cafeteria and then everybody saying, "Oh, we're going to war," and they were all cheering. And I'm like, what? Like, I don't want to go to war. That's horrifying to me, you know? But how did Dr. Ron Paul affect you and kind of pull you out of the haze of neoconservatism?
The short answer is he just kept being proven right. So when 9/11, I'm a little bit older than you. When 9/11 happened, I was 19. So I was still very young.
Yep.
I was old enough to be voting and making decisions that impacted other people. And I even had my own business, but I didn't really understand the political history of things. And so when 9/11 happened, and I was obviously horrified by it, and now you think about 9/11, it's like it's this terrible thing that happened, but at the time we didn't know if that was going to keep happening, going to happen the next day, and so forth. And so, at the time I was scared and I was horrified and I was angry, and it didn't matter if I turned on Fox, CNN, MSNBC. This was before the YouTube and all of that stuff. I just said the YouTube. I'm an old man.
We're boomers.
It's the YouTube. This was before social media or any of that. You went to cable news or newspapers, and they all said the same thing. The terrorists hated us for our freedoms, and we had to go over there and fight them over there before we fight them over here. And frankly, there just wasn't enough controls on what people were saying and thinking. And so we needed to have more spying on these surveillance on these dangerous terrorists. And you had Ron Paul, who was pretty much the only consistent voice in Congress and one of the few consistent voices, period, saying, if you do this, here are all the terrible things that are going to happen. These wars are going to result in destabilization and blowback, and needless deaths of millions of people and thousands of our troops. It's all of this spending is going to lead to just the price of things spiraling out of control because of the Federal Reserve having to create more money to balance that loss, balance that difference between what they're spending and what they can bring in. All these things that I'd never heard before. But everyone else was saying, oh, this guy's just a crackpot. You don't have to listen to him. So at first I thought, okay, this guy's a crackpot and I don't have to listen to him. But he was an oddly endearing crackpot. And
he was our crackpot.
He was our crackpot. He was like this grandfatherly figure who just so nicely and often with a smile on his face would just say something that no one else was saying. And it kind of, from my sort of neocon, Republican, conservative leaning, I don't like the government getting involved in my business standpoint, it made sense. But everyone else was saying it wasn't true and that it was actually dangerous. And so it turned out that, when what he said about what would happen in Iraq and Afghanistan did happen, when things did spiral out of control price-wise, when the Patriot Act did start getting used against us, it was like, oh, everything he said was right. And that actually led me on the journey of not just realizing he was right, but ultimately realizing I was a libertarian.
Yeah, absolutely. When it came to the war, I knew I wasn't pro-war, but I didn't fit anywhere.
Right.
You didn't know, you were trying to find your identity, especially high school, college age. This is your whole job, is just to find your identity. Couldn't figure out mine. And I didn't even find it in 2008 with Ron Paul. I didn't find it till 2012.
Yeah.
I had no idea. And I'm like, oh, and then everything clicked.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, that makes sense. And then I realized who I was, what I was, and was able to kind of move forward with that. So it's really great that you're here today at the birthday party, and I'm here today at the birthday party, and we're in these oversized chairs. And it's just, we're having a great
time. Trying to figure out exactly how we're going to interact with these giant arms that we're dealing with. Yeah.
Exactly.
We're comfortable though.
We're doing a great job. Yeah, I know. I feel safe. Right? You too? Yeah. So
at least from the sides.
Exactly.
Safe from the sides, yeah.
So I want to talk a little bit about your nonprofit.
Yeah.
You are the Power.
Yeah.
It's the nonprofit you founded to end state-run child trafficking and reunite kids with their innocent parents.
Yeah.
And you do this by pressuring politicians and getting charges against the wrongly accused, people dropped, and that sort of thing. So how do you do it?
Yeah. So we actually one of the biggest things that we do, in general, what we do is we find people who are having their lives completely upended and uprooted and destroyed by out of control local and statewide government officials. And we rally the public around not just railing against the abuses of the state, but actually contacting those specific city council people, CPS caseworkers, family court judges, zoning board members, or whoever's actually doing the harm to them, and en masse contacting them and saying, back off and do the right thing here. And they usually, 100% of the time, since 2024, we've had a 100% success rate. And that has resulted in, that has looked like some of those officials have backed off and just resigned. Some of them have backed off and done the right thing for political expediency. Some of them have actually recognized the error of their ways, contacted us privately and said, what are we supposed to be doing here? And we give them a laundry list of stuff to do, and then they do it. So we've had incredible success. And it's by what we do are focusing on, this is actually something Dr. Paul would often do. He would talk about how, he'd start with, when he talked about inflation, he'd start with how it was affecting families. He wouldn't start with like the high-minded, like this is how, quantitative easing and fractional reserve banking works. He'd start with the people affected, and that's what we do at You Are the Power. So what we have, what we've been able to do in such a short period of time has in many ways been influenced by the way that Dr. Paul often messaged things, which is people are being affected by this thing. And we add a little bit to it of saying, not just, here's who you should vote for, but actually saying, here's who you can email or phone or call on the phone or text and tell them to do the right thing. And nothing succeeds like success. We got people joining us left and right. We've gotten legislation passed in Georgia and other states to come, and just more and more incredible things are happening. And it's all centered on saying, these people sitting in this position of power in government need to do the right thing and treat the rest of us like human beings, just like they'd want to be treated. And we insist that they do so.
You really got me with this last year, because you were working with a family whose child may or may not have the same illness that my daughter has. Yep. My daughter has a 1 in a million bone disease where her immune system breaks her bones. Yep. And we had her diagnosed by a great rheumatologist, and she's in remission now, and she's been in remission. But it sounded like, because this is so rare, she was in the hospital for a week before they figured it out. Yeah. So it sounded like maybe she's got the same thing, this little girl, and she was taken from her parents. Yep. Because with accusations of being beaten because she kept breaking bones. And that was just like, that really struck me, because that my daughter broke bones all the time.
And this was happening despite the fact that every single medical expert was saying this child has one of a small handful of bone and or connective tissue disorders that cause this. There is no sign of trauma. Yep. There is no sign of abuse. That was the Hernandez family that we first found out about. But with the Clark family, with the Patterson family, with the Collins family, with so many other families that we've worked with, all but one of whom so far we've been able to reunite, it's been the same story. Their kid has an illness. Every medical professional recognizes it, but the state hired child abuse pediatrician who gets essentially paid to accuse people of abuse, said that it was abuse. And the family court completely ignores all the medical evidence, and they get railroaded, and many people have lost their children. The ultimate reason for this is that the federal government, through Title 4D of the Social Security Act, they're subsidizing CPS, state-level CPS, but only for every time that they accuse someone of abuse. So if they don't accuse someone of abuse, so they've created a perverse incentive.
It's disgusting.
And so instead of starting with the perverse funding incentive, we start with the family, because most people don't understand perverse funding incentives. But if you can get them to empathize with this family and to call for this family court judge, this caseworker, this DA, this whatever, to back off and do the right thing, and then we tell them about another family that it happened to, and another family that it happened to, and another family. Not only are we able to get those families reunited, like we've done for the Hernandez family and so many others as well, not only do we end up being able to get legislation passed like we did in Georgia, the Collins family, their son Ridge Collins, it's named Ridge's Law after him. Wow. Not only are we able to do that, but we're working to build the critical mass eventually to change that funding mechanism at the federal level. Preferably, we'd like the federal government not to be funding state level stuff like that at all. But if they are, it shouldn't be tied to a specific outcome. They shouldn't be subsidizing abuse allegations. Tie it to just their caseload or something, not saying we'll only give you money if you accuse someone of abuse. That will lead to too many accusations of abuse, which is what's happening.
Yeah. Oh, it's brilliant work what you're doing. Now, how can people support you?
Go to youarethepower.net. You can sign up today. I don't know where the camera is. Go to You Are the Power. Oh, it keeps
Right
changing.
there.
Go to youarethepower.net and become a member today. We'd love to have you be a part of it. You will be at the tip of the spear of whenever we find any case like this of people that are having their lives just completely ruined by completely unchecked and out of control government officials. We check them and get them under control. We have an incredible success rate. We'd love you to be a part of it. youarethepower.net.
Yes, and you can also follow you on X.
Oh yeah, I'm on all the different social media. I'm on X at Real Spike Cohen. I'm very loud and very easy to find. Any whatever social media platform you find you use, you look for Spike Cohen. I'll be on there complaining about something. Actually, you'll see me on there talking about what we do at You Are the Power. So
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for being here with me today.
Thank you.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spaces with Josie. I'm your host, Josie, the redheaded libertarian, with Timcast Media, and we're coming to you live from the Ron Paul birthday barbecue, and I'm doing a series of mini interviews. And my next interview is with Tom Woods. Welcome, Tom.
Hey, Josie, good to see you again.
It's good to see you. It's good to finally meet you.
In person,
Yeah,
yes.
it's been years.
Yeah.
It's been years, and we're finally doing this.
Yes.
And we both live in Florida, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
And we somehow haven't met, even though we both live in the same, like...
Well, you're going to come to my Christmas party
I know.
this year, I assume.
I would love to come to
Good.
the Christmas party.
Good.
I think I was thinking of coming last year and ended with a migraine or something. I can't remember. Something came up, but would love to come again.
Yeah, and it's all the people you would want to see.
Oh, great.
And
It's
none
like
of the
me
people
here.
you don't.
It's like your Twitter comes to life.
It does.
I love that. So there's no haters there. It's all
That's
just...
right, no haters.
Yes. Oh, I love that so much. So we're going to talk a little bit, since we're at Ron Paul's birthday barbecue, I figured we'd talk about Ron Paul and kind of your history with Ron Paul. And my own history with Ron Paul is discovering him in 2012 and then just following him like in the shadows after that. Like I was just lurking in the shadows until I became the redheaded libertarian. And I mean, there was like a 5-year time period that went by in that time, but you were actually involved with his campaigns. I'd love to hear a story or two about some of your experiences.
Okay, well, I'll just say, first of all, he is exactly the same person off camera that he is on camera.
Oh, I love that.
You know, a lot of, like, you remember Amy Klobuchar? She's a Democrat senator.
Yeah.
And on TV, she tries to seem like a normal person, but then you find out that she's a horrible human being who abuses her staff and is nasty all the time. Like, he's the opposite of that. You know, like he's the exact opposite of that. But there was one time, I cannot tell you this story. I'll tell you this at the Christmas party.
Okay.
You have to come to the Christmas
Great.
party.
Okay, I will.
There was one time he got angry at me. You don't ever want that to happen. Because can you imagine Ron Paul angry at something other than war?
Oh my God.
Yeah,
That would break my heart.
But
it's like my grandpa being angry with me.
But I'll say, for me, even in 2012, I was part of a super PAC, and we made some ads for Dr. Paul that I think were pretty effective.
Yep.
But one of the challenges of making an ad for him is I want to tell the whole story about how awesome he is, and I've got 1 minute. And how am I going to do it? So I could focus on he's really good on guns, but there are going to be other candidates who are kind of okay on guns.
Yep.
So how are we going to do
How are
it?
you going to set them apart?
So we did it. You can find it on YouTube. You just type Ron Paul, Plastic Men, because I was saying that the other candidates were like plastic men. Rick Perry, Mitt Romney.
You were right.
So I did it. I wrote a 1 minute ad, and it took forever because I wrote it out and it was 8 minutes. And then I cut it as much as I could and it was 6 minutes. It has to be 1 minute. And in 1 minute, after I don't know how much time, I really think I conveyed why we love him in just that 1 minute. So that was one of my proudest achievements in that, in being part of Revolution PAC. But I do want to, I guess mentioned to you my involvement in helping get a book of his published.
Yes.
Yeah. So, because that's a big part of the story of the campaign also. And that is, in April of 2008, he has this book, and I had quite a few successful books at that point too. Some of Dr. Paul's books had been either published in-house or whatever, and so I had a literary agent, let's see what we can do with Dr. Paul's book. But the consensus among publishers was nobody's going to care about Ron Paul in 2008 because the campaign's over and he's going to be forgotten. And to some extent, you can understand why they thought that, because nobody remembers John Huntsman.
Yeah.
He ran in 2012. Nobody even knows who he was, right? Nobody remembers who Duncan Hunter was. He ran with Ron Paul. But there was a publisher, Grand Central Publishing, who had a young editor who said, I think there's something different about this Ron Paul. And at Wiley Publishers, the young editors wanted to take on this project. The old stodgy people who didn't get it were saying, oh no, this book will sell 8,000 copies. And the young editors were saying, this book is going to sell 8,000 copies on the first day. But they didn't get it. The old fogies won out. So Grand Central Publishing decided to take a chance on it. And it ended up hitting #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. And that young editor got a massive promotion because he had rolled the dice on this. But yeah, so that was a case where I remember it came out, it was the #1 book, and I loved the idea that I could walk into a bookstore and there's Ron Paul's book on display. So I went into the local Books A Million, couldn't find the #1 selling book in the country, couldn't find it anywhere, and they explained to me they weren't planning to carry it. And I thought, how many #1 books do you not plan? I mean, you're so against him that you don't even want money. Like, that part of it is bizarre. Like, they don't even want the money.
I wonder who, do you think it was the bookstores?
I have no idea. Was it the
higher?
chain? Was it the store? I have absolutely no idea. But that was, in a way, a reflection of some of the things that happened to him in the campaign. Like, we've heard a couple of times today people talking about, the specific thing that I have in mind is MSNBC has a chart on the screen, and it's listing the Republican candidates in order of fundraising success in the recent quarter. And I know because I knew the numbers, Dr. Paul was #2. They listed #1, #3, #4, #5. I mean, it was, I have a screenshot of it. You couldn't believe it. So it got to a point where the movement still to this day debates whether this was a good idea, but the movement raised money to fly a blimp over the country that said Google Ron Paul on it. Because we thought, if the media is going to shut him out, we have to somehow
Be bigger than the media.
get around. Yeah. And so maybe if we put a giant blimp in the sky, people will see that and Google him.
The giant blimp is equivalent to independent media now, pretty much.
Yes, it is, which we were on the cusp of getting that, but didn't quite have. And then, see, I remember I was at the Mises Institute during the 2008 campaign, so I lived in Auburn, Alabama.
Yep.
And there was this initiative called Paint the Town Ron. So if the media is going to suppress him, we have to do what we can to get the word out. So the idea was, under cover of night, you would go around your town. This wasn't confined to Auburn. And you would plaster Ron Paul signs everywhere. Who is Ron Paul? Google Ron Paul. Vote Ron Paul. So that the next morning people would wake up and they would feel like they were in an occupied territory.
Oh, my goodness.
And I know we probably should have distinguished between private and public property. We just put signs up.
You guys Boston Tea Partied it.
It was so fun because at that time in 2008, I had 3 very little kids, so we had a minivan. So that meant we could use the minivan to get some of the local college students from Auburn. We could throw them all in the minivan, drive down the street, let them out, hang up signs, and then before the authorities could get there, they'd hop back in and we'd drive down the road. So that was going on all around the country. And then there were websites around Halloween in 2007. There was a website, of course it's defunct now, but it was, if you wanted to go as Ron Paul for Halloween, there was ronpaulmask.com. You could print out a mask of him. And if you wanted to, in addition to candy, hand out Ron Paul literature, you could go to ronpauloween.com. And they had some stuff you could burn on a CD-ROM and put it in there with the kids' candy and propagandize the parents. I mean, no one was doing this for anybody else. It wouldn't occur to anybody to do that for anybody else.
Yep. So the media blackout on Ron Paul, it's called the Ron Paul treatment now.
Yeah.
If it happens to any other candidate, like, oh, you're getting the Ron Paul treatment.
Yeah.
But that's how you conquered it. Without independent media, without new media, you were able to conquer it just on your own. And what I'd said earlier about Boston Tea Partying it, people might not know the origin of the Boston Tea Party. They didn't just all of a sudden walk onto the ships. There was a man named Rusticus, and you probably know this, you're a historian too. Rusticus, lost to history, nobody knows who he actually was, but every night at 12:30, you would have the night watchman call out, "Beware the East India Company," and this only happened because he went out and his people went out and the Sons of Liberty went out and they plastered signs all over. All over. These pamphlets would come up and nobody could route them to where they came from.
Yeah.
That's what you did.
Yeah.
You Boston Tea Partied it.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, it was tremendous fun. Like, we did all kinds of wild things like this. And so, yeah, we didn't win, but we still felt like in some way that we can't quite articulate, a turning point has occurred. You know, something has changed. Somebody broke through the stupid, pointless debates we have about nothing. You know, the debate between McCain and Romney about how many troops should be withdrawn from Iraq, exactly when, and should we have a timetable. I mean, how inane can you get? The whole thing was stupid and wrong, and we should take them all out. But our media pretends like this is an intense debate going on. Could you distinguish between Mitt Romney and John McCain? I can't.
No, not at all. Absolutely. What do you think? What do you think? Not you individually, but the mass of people that all saw Ron Paul for who he was. How do you think that happened? What do you think they all saw? What made him special?
He was unrehearsed, so therefore he's not blow dried with the rehearsed slogans and flattering the public. And he was telling them hard truths, and everyone knew that he would be less popular because he told these truths. And maybe I do want to support somebody who's willing to be less popular if that's what it takes to tell me the truth. I wish we had more people who would have the common sense to see it that way, but I think the people who did see that, that's what they were perceiving in him. And I think they also perceived that this is a wonderful grandfatherly man with kindly instincts, but extremely smart and nobody's fool.
Yep, I love that. Thank you so much for being here with me today, Tom.
A pleasure.
Absolutely. Where can people find you and help support your work?
I have my free non-PC U.S. history courses at woodshistory.com.
Excellent. And on X?
Thomas E. Woods.
Wonderful. Well, thank you again for being here with me today.
My pleasure.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I'm Nick Gillespie. This is a special live version of the Reason interview at the Ron Paul barbecue, and I'm joined by Fox News personality Kennedy,
Hello.
late of MTV, and the former and future representative of Michigan, I hope, Justin Amash.
Yeah, thanks, Nick.
All right, so let's start out by talking about Ron Paul, this so-called Dr. No. Justin, you served in Congress. You're a congressman, or you were a congressman like Ron Paul. How did Ron Paul change the game as far as you're concerned?
He gave us hope. When I was first starting out in politics, there was no one like him. Absolutely no one. We hadn't seen presidential candidates like that. We hadn't seen people in office like that. Someone who would just come out, speak the truth, talk about liberty, talk about the things that were really the hallmarks of America, like what made America genuinely great. Mm-hmm. Our beautiful Constitution, the way we held up in high regard our ability to make decisions for ourselves. And he just reminded us of these things, that these are things that make our country special, and we don't want to lose that. There's so much negativity in politics. There's more today than maybe ever before. And what I'm reminded of is how hopeful he was. And it wasn't really a focus on all the negative. He would speak the truth and say it, and said it with his particular kind of charm and charisma. Mm-hmm. And he didn't mind that people would make fun of him, criticize him. He stayed positive. He stayed on message. And for people like me, someone who was coming up in politics, to have that kind of role model, mm-hmm. that made all the difference. It gave me the energy to go forward.
Yeah, and you were in the Michigan State House?
That's right, yeah.
And so, it is hard to recapture, obviously Ron Paul entered politics in the 70s, but then in the 2000s, during the George Bush years, it's kind of hard to recapture, there had been, the contested election, 9/11, bunch of weird stuff, the global war on terror. We were in 2 shooting wars, and then Ron Paul is saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't be all over the place.
Yeah, he was he was the right person with the right message at exactly the right time. And there were people who were open to that message right at that time. And I like to say, you know, a lot of things in politics are the result of chance. You know, you have to have not just the message, you have to be there when it's needed.
Right.
And he was there when it was needed, and it made a difference. And, you know, I think that you would have a whole generation of liberty advocates who would not be around right now if not for Ron Paul.
We actually talked to somebody else, myself and some Reason people were talking about how there's babies walking around that were conceived at Ron Paul events. And I was like, I don't know if I want to know about that, Kennedy.
Are they your babies?
I don't know. They're not my babies, or at least not. I can't claim them as you know, tax exemptions. You were established as a, you know, you came up at MTV and you were the resident Republican. You were a weird kind of iconoclast, like an anti-punk. You know. So you were a certain kind of Republican. What did Ron Paul mean to you when he started showing up in the aughts?
The idea when I started learning about libertarianism was libertarians were very skeptical about the Republican Party, and a lot of that skepticism was justified after 9/11. And, you know, one of the big philosophical debates was, do we try and branch off and make the Libertarian Party viable, which they, on the federal level, they have not been able to do. So there were people like Ron Paul that, you know, was, remember O.J. Simpson?
I do remember O.J. Simpson.
He was asked about, you know, why wasn't he out there protesting in favor of the civil rights movement? And he said, I'm not black, I'm O.J. And I feel the same way about Ron Paul. He was like, I'm not a Republican, I'm Ron Paul.
Yeah.
But
don't bring up the civil rights stuff.
Fair.
Okay.
Or white Broncos,
Yeah.
because he's very sensitive about both of those.
I can imagine.
Yes. But the point is, his ideas were more consistent and transcendent than whatever vessel the Republican Party offered. And he was fine being a part of the Republican Party and carving out his portion of it, because he was never going to abandon his ideals.
Yeah.
It was like Robert E. Lee. He was never going to fight for the Union. He was never going to fight against Virginia. To bring it full circle.
I'll put Robert E. Lee was a traitor to the United States who fought in defense of slavery. Ron Paul is up here, right? Like
absolutely.
Yeah, so.
I'm no Robert E. Lee fan.
I don't know. You just introduced him into the conversation in a way.
Well, sometimes you have to draw these complicated metaphors, and our history is complicated.
It is.
But what Ron Paul did was refocus the Republican Party where it should have been in the first place. And it got so far away from itself after 9/11 that, you know, it was very interesting to see people like Justin Amash, Thomas Massey, and Rand Paul very receptive of those ideas during the Tea Party movement, which was, you know, a natural progression of where the party should have been and where it should be now.
Yeah, Justin, I mean, you got elected to Congress as part of the Tea Party wave. Describe what that was like, and you know, where that energy clearly came from Ron Paul, right, from the 2008 campaign. How did you ride that? And like, you know, again, I guess you were talking about politics is, you know, having the right ideas, but then also being in the right place at the right time. That seemed to be one of these moments, right?
Yeah, it was a combination of people being upset with the Obama administration. What they saw as massive overreach with Obamacare, with Obama generally. Yeah. And, you know, you had the Ron Paul movement that was there, and then you had a bunch of conservatives who were not necessarily, you know, deeply ingrained in the Ron Paul movement, but were adjacent to it. Yeah. And I think the messages came together, and it was that rare moment where a lot of the people who I think could form a very strong foundation for a party, a political party or a political movement, came together and were strong. You know, you had constitutional conservatives, with libertarians, with some more traditional conservatives. And these people were all anti-establishment. They were against what was going on in Washington. And they were really predominantly focused on liberty, limiting government. In many ways, I think it's quite different from the movements you see today, where with at least a large part of MAGA, at least at the political level, it's about consolidating power, extending power. How can we use power?
Using it for our ends.
Yes, how can we use the power for our end? And the Tea Party movement was about how can we reduce Washington's power? How can we reduce its grip?
What happened, and I've been thinking about this a lot lately, the Tea Party and the Occupy movement kind of rose up contemporaneously, and you had, it's all fascinating that you had Ron Paul, kind of the titular head of one, and then Bernie Sanders. So you have these old guys who are like unbelievable, who are speaking to young people in a way they hadn't been spoken to in generations, and who are authentic and real. And it seemed like, circa 2010, 2012, Tea Party people were being elected. Nobody got elected from the Occupy movement. And now it's kind of like, we're still talking about the 1% and nobody's talking about stopping spending. What happened to the Tea Party energy? Because it seemed like it was right there and it was building towards a libertarian moment. Everybody was interested in reducing the size, scope, and spending of government.
So I can speak from my perspective as someone who was elected in that Tea Party wave, served in Congress, and did see our influence grow in the first several years that I was in Congress. From 2011 to about 2015, I saw a group of people who got elected as Tea Party Republicans, Tea Party conservatives, or Tea Party libertarians in a sense, who were figuring out how to use the system that we had in Congress to assert themselves more. We figured out how the leadership team worked. We figured out how the legislation passed through, and we started to use the levers that were there to exert our own influence on the process. And then my perspective is that the personality of Donald Trump really absorbed a lot of this. A lot of the people who were like populist in a large sense, they were fighting the system. They got pulled into that movement. And while there's some overlap in some areas, they have largely different goals and approaches. And I think a lot of the energy that was then in the Tea Party movement, it just fizzled out. I remember a lot of my Tea Party supporters and friends from my district back home who would say, look, people aren't coming to the meetings anymore. They don't care as much about the Constitution. It's not really about limiting government anymore. It's more about how can we go after the left? How can we, use government to greater effect? And I think that just there was a gradual diversion, and eventually that Tea Party movement just didn't have enough people coming to the meetings anymore. They just weren't showing up, and it's basically gone. And in Congress too, we saw a group of people like the House Freedom Caucus who came together. I was one of the founders, built something pretty big and powerful. And
it was designed around, cutting government spending, regulation, and power.
Absolutely. I was the one who wrote the mission statement. So I know exactly what it was about. I think it might still be on their site. It's on their X page and everything. So I wrote that, and it was all about making sure the people are represented, making sure that we limit government, that we expand liberty, and that all fizzled away. And now it's largely a rubber stamp for, what the Trump administration wants. To the extent they push back, it usually fizzles out within, a couple weeks.
This is like with the big, beautiful bill. They can put up a fight, but not.
Look, I'll give them some credit at times. They get this or that piece. They say okay, we're going to push, and they'll get some piece added to the bill. But in this large scheme of things, we're talking about, taking it from, extremely bad to almost extremely bad. it's a little bit better than it was before. Yeah. And, you know, that's unfortunate.
So, you know, Justin was talking a bit about Trump, you know, maybe Trump didn't kill the Tea Party or that energy. That, you know, and there was a definite libertarian energy. I think, you know, a big part of it was that Bush was disastrous. I remember whenever he left office, 2009, I got to write an anti-Bush analysis for the Wall Street Journal. They asked me to say, like, you know, from a libertarian point of view, why did George W. Bush suck? And part of it was, like I said, he discredited.
Did you write a 50,000 word
Yeah,
treatise?
I know. It's still, it's coming out a few words every week for the rest of the eternity. No, but it was like he really discredited even to big government conservatives. Like, oh man, we are just terrible at this, and like everything we touch goes to hell. He left office, which were like, I think he had a lower approval rating than Nixon, you know, when he left. I mean, it was just disastrous. And then you had Obama come in and immediately say, hey, I'm going to overhaul, you know, there's a financial crisis going on. I'm going to keep bailing out companies that don't need it or don't deserve it with tax money that's not meant for them. And I'm going to overhaul government. People were like, okay, libertarianism is starting to sound pretty good. Trump kind of put the kibosh on that, right? Like from a cultural perspective, because you were working at Fox News, what's the energy of Trump? Like, you know, this is a guy who has like, it might be a negative charisma, but like he's pretty incandescent.
He's very charismatic. Like I've met him several times.
Yeah.
And he's funny, and he's one of those politicians like Bill Clinton, because even Obama didn't have that. Obama was transformational, and Obama was a great speaker on big stages, but, you know, kind of prickly and really not the kind of person. He doesn't really like people. Yeah. And, you know, that was kind of evident when he would do his White House press briefings, because he was adversarial, and he was always resentful that people would push back at all on his horrific ideas.
I hated his playlists. Do you remember he would do his iPod playlist, and it was always like
Queen.
Yeah,
and it was
it's like, well, you know what? Like, I think anything that means the Queen is okay, you know. But it was not a good gift.
Yeah.
But Trump, you know,
libertarians have not benefited from a transformational candidate since Ron Paul.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate, because unfortunately you do need a transformational person to break through all of the noise, because people aren't getting their messages the way they were 15, 20, 30 years ago. They're just not. Yeah. And you don't have to compromise the message, but the messengers have not been the kind of people who were able to.
It seems kind of like people don't want, you know, Ron Paul's message, it's, you know, he was Dr. No because he voted no on every spending bill, et cetera.
And Thomas Massie is the only one in Congress doing just that now. He's the only one, like, I'm pretty confident that Justin would have voted against the
No, there's a reason he's not in Congress anymore.
Or whatever the hell it's called.
Your one yes vote was to impeach Trump, right? Yeah. So that was kind of like, okay, I'm putting two bullets in the chamber while I'm playing Russian roulette.
Yes.
But, you know, so Ron Paul was Dr. No in that he didn't vote for spending and stuff like that. But he was also Dr. No when he ran for president. He was saying, like, I don't want to run your life, you know, and the government shouldn't run your life. The government shouldn't run the economy. America shouldn't run the world. Like, no, I'm saying no. But
Trump had a lot of that as well.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that, you know, he really took up the consistency with the charisma in a way that other Republicans hadn't, because, you know, we had been faced with multiple dynasties from the Clintons and the Bushes, and there was the threat of Jeb hanging over everyone in 2016. And, you know, Trump is one of those people who absolutely believed in the things that he believed in and was very uncompromising for whatever reason. And you can disagree with that. But, you know, he was the one saying everyone else in NATO has to pay a bunch of money. The trade surpluses are, you know, that's the trade deficits that the United States are running. It is incredibly unfair to us and to American workers. And that kind of stuff did resonate because he didn't deviate from that because every other politician triangulates.
Right.
You know, that's the whole Clintonian magic, is saying something to the base, but then changing your tune almost completely when you get to the general election. And Trump was never willing to do that. And I hope that there is a libertarian or libertarian Republican who is as unyielding and is as effective a communicator, because these are ideas that generate passion, and you can't just give up on them and say, well, no, these are theoretical concepts, so I'm going to be pretty chill about it.
Well, what I was going to ask, though, is do people not want control over their lives? Do they, because this is this part of the rejection of libertarian ideas or policies, at least at the federal level, and in a profound way. I think there are still many libertarian wins on things like criminal justice reform, drug legalization, a lot of economic regulation, things like crypto, or not crypto, but Bitcoin is a libertarian project, and it is now firmly ensconced in the world economy. But, it seems to me like in 2010, people were like, hey, give me back my money and give me back my life. And now maybe people aren't quite so sure. They're like, give me somebody else's money and I'll do whatever you want.
Yeah, I think the world has changed a lot because of social media. I thought it would be transformational in a way that benefited libertarianism, and you talked about some libertarian wins, and I agree. I think libertarians are often too down on the progress we've made. I think there are ways in which we've made progress as libertarians. But when it comes to social media, I do think there's been a lot of downside in the sense that we are now seeing everything that everyone's doing. And people feel this compulsion to get into everyone's business now. You see something halfway across the country and you say, oh, that's my problem too now.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I talk about that problem. I want to make sure that I'm offering ideas about that problem that is in a city that I'll never visit.
Right.
And I'm
very concerned about that red light in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Like, why aren't they doing something about that?
Right, and that didn't used to be the case. It's put us into everyone's lives in a way that didn't happen before.
Yeah.
And I think that does have a tendency to create bigger government and more controlling government. And I do hear a lot of conservatives these days talking about how everything's, important. They used to be, hey, let people live and let live, and whatever happens somewhere else, that's not my business. I care about my community.
Yeah.
Now it's like, oh no, this thing that happens halfway across the country, that impacts me. So I want to make sure.
Okay, but I'm from Portland, Oregon, and that city has absolutely gone to hell because
when is the last time you lived in Portland, Oregon?
I haven't lived there since high school, but I go there all the time. My entire family lives there. My parents live there. My brothers and their kids and their partners, they all live there. It's like my brother was in law enforcement for a long time. He's still a shooting instructor at the police academy.
Okay.
And, my sister-in-law works from home because downtown Portland is a shithole where people are scared to go out. And it's because they don't prosecute the bad people. And these are not libertarian ideals.
But that's
that
has nothing to do with social media.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, it does. Because if you've got people in New York who are responding to things that are happening in Portland, it's because they don't want the things that are happening in Portland and San Francisco and these once good cities that were amazing and perhaps had libertarian philosophies and ideologies in the 70s. They don't want that infecting the rest of the country.
So that's why New York is about to elect a Democratic socialist.
Okay, but see, living in New York City, I've seen that stuff ruin cities like parasites and consume them from the inside out. Those are not libertarian ideals.
No, of course.
These are statists running all of those things. And the fear is that brand of statism is going to infect everything at the local level. And what are you left with? You have no economic mobility. You have drug addicts who are not receiving treatment, but in places where there's drug decriminalization, not legalization, people are thrown on the street like pieces of human garbage.
Do people then move to Texas? I mean, we're in Texas. I don't know.
People do move. People in Portland move to Idaho because Idaho's a lot freer than Washington State or Oregon, unfortunately.
And you see like that's a positive outcome of social media, that we know better what's going on in other places.
And what can happen, and what can happen to your town if you're not vigilant, and if the good people don't run for office, then everything gets taken over like the Rajneeshis.
Okay.
I think on average what it does is it creates more busybodies. What you end up with is a bunch of people sitting at home who don't really know that much about the particulars of that city or that situation. And I don't disagree. There's a lot of bad stuff that happens in cities all across the country. I'm as libertarian as anyone, and I'm sure I disagree and disapprove of all sorts of things. But I also remember one of the most important aspects of libertarianism that isn't talked about enough, which is humility. You have to appreciate that you don't have the knowledge of everyone else's situation. And in the same way that I don't like someone coming to me in my life and telling me how I should improve my life when they know very little about it, I also think we have too many people now who are just pundits about every single issue across the country. They see a video, the video shows something going wrong, and they act like they know everything about that situation. And they just don't. And I think actually this is very harmful to libertarianism. It's harmful to the ideas that we believe in.
So we're like a nation of, and I am much older than either of you or both of you put together, but on Bewitched, there was a nosy neighbor named Gladys Kravitz who was constantly peeking in the curtain trying to catch Samantha, wiggling her nose and turning somebody into a goat or something. But we're a nation like that. What do we do with that, though, Justin? Because social media is not going away.
That's right.
So, okay, this is the world we live in. How do we use that to our advantage, or how do we minimize the negative of that?
I think that's the complicated part. I don't disagree that is hard to resolve. You're just going to have more and more social media.
Right.
There's no way around it. There's no turning back the clock and having us not know about what's going on across the country. So I think
wouldn't it be beautiful if, and this is and I'm sorry, I apologize for, this is a late boomer fantasy as an older parent. I want to be, that family scene where you all are fighting over the one TV and that's it. So you're together, you hate each other, and you're all forced, if there's 5 of you, 4 of you are watching something you dislike, but isn't that so much better? It's a better America than where we're all watching 90 different things at the same time.
No, I'm joking. Actually very optimistic for a younger generation of people, because they are their own kind of libertarian.
Okay.
It's not necessarily the Bob Poole libertarian who was there essentially at the ground floor when Reason started.
Right.
It's not the Tea Party, Justin Amash, constitutionalist, explain every vote on Facebook kind of libertarian. They see things in their own lives that they find unacceptable, and as parents, we have to constantly explain to them, the worst things that happen in society are because government is so intrusive.
So you have 2 daughters.
I do.
And are they constantly showing you stuff on Instagram, and you're like, you know what, that's because of the government?
Yeah, we talk about it all the time. We do. We talk about
the Yankees lost again, the government.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, probably the federal subsidies at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah. There shouldn't even be a stadium there.
Yeah, it should be just a dirt lot.
That's right.
With, in Justin's America, with some sticks and some discarded golf balls. That's what we used to call baseball back before talkies.
Yeah.
But kids are tactile. They are rediscovering things like that. They are rediscovering analog and record players.
Well,
and,
I mean,
my older daughter came home from college, and now she's obsessed with card games and Yahtzee, and it's not just.
That sounds like she's going to be worshiping the devil in a couple weeks.
Hey man, as long as she can
when she brings home that Ouija board,
3-card Monty in Times Square.
So let me ask. So this is an interesting question. That one, and not to get really simplistic about it, but one definition of libertarian is people who are annoyed at being bossed around. I want to be the boss of my own life. And obviously, when you're 10, you don't have the same decision rights you have when you're 20 or, whatever. But so, I mean, you're saying that like younger people in the social media context are like seeing all of the ways in which they're getting kind of forced to do stuff that they're not into, and that's kind of a proto-libertarian. That's going to spark a new type of libertarian reaction.
Absolutely. I've so much more faith in this generation than, it's like they are painted with a broad brush as being lazy and entitled and stupid. And they're not. I mean, it's like a lot of the guys that I talk to, my daughter's guy friends, a lot of them don't want to go to college because, college hates them. A lot of them don't want to be Democrats because they have been cornered as the misogynistic oppressors of society. And, they will forge their own paths and, they will find their ways to trade schools because of populists.
Yeah. Do you think there's something to that? I mean, sticking with this idea of social media as having, in a way, I think I agree with you that we assumed like making more things transparent would just make things better. People would be able to express themselves, but maybe it's like they're getting more bossy. But do you like how do we change our attitude towards this stuff because it's not going away?
I think we have to develop, as libertarians, this appreciation for the idea of humility. I don't think we talk enough about it as libertarians. I agree that we're not going to stop seeing things that are going on across the country. And much of it is valuable to see and to hear about and to learn about. I mean, I think kids today know more than kids did in previous generations. I think that's a positive thing. I think they're more interested in a variety of things than previous generations. I get excited when I see the things that my kids are interested in because I do think it's different from when we were kids. It's very different. They have a broader scope than we did as children. But we need to develop this idea in people, and I think it's important as parents. It's not a project of the government. This is important just as parents and churches and communities. This idea that hey, we don't know everything about everything. I mean, maybe some of this is like my Orthodox Christianity speaking out too. That we don't understand.
You don't even know the proper way to worship Christ.
We don't.
Right? Yeah, I mean, if you're a Protestant or a Catholic.
I'm also an Orthodox Christian.
Yeah, it's a big focus on mystery.
Yeah.
Yes.
No. Okay. That's great.
Yeah. And so we don't necessarily know everything.
Yeah.
And so this doesn't mean we shouldn't have opinions about it. But we should.
And you have to act.
We just have to. But we should act with a certain level of humility about what we know and what we don't know. And this is the great message of like a Hayek, right? And who's been a big inspiration to me is that sense of humility.
Right.
And I don't think that's a big enough part of libertarianism today, and not enough a part of just ordinary families today. That's not enough of a message to children. Hey, that thing that you see, it looks bad. Maybe it is bad, but let's learn about it.
Right.
Let's try to understand what's going on. And I think that there's more of a rush to judgment these days.
How do you get there? How do you? I mean, you're obviously doing it. I mean, through your religious practice, but you're the way that you're raising your kids, the way you build your life. How do you scale that up to people who might not be believers or just in a world of politics where, I'm thinking you're from Michigan. I believe Illinois is adjacent to Michigan. My geography is getting worse with every minute. But, the governor of Illinois just signed a bill and was touting it that, now all public school students are going to have mental health evaluations done at the school. And it's kind of like, well, this is kind of amazing, right? That you would be doing this. So
yes, unless it keeps you from, at some point, owning a firearm, because a government-controlled institution is giving you a government-created mental health survey that could later be used to determine.
Oh no, I'm saying this is like monstrous, right? You're talking about like, the public school teachers in Illinois, like a failed state. is going to now start dictating, what is mentally healthy or not on your kids. But so how do you scale out from what you're talking about, which I find interesting?
I mean, I don't think it requires religious belief or faith to have this attitude. I think it's just about telling your kids, or talking to your family about this generally, that we don't know everything about everything. You have to have a healthy sense of skepticism. You have to have a willingness to say the truth is more complex than we understand. And to slow down, to think about things, to learn to not trust everything that you see, that a lot of manipulation happens out there. So you can't necessarily trust everything. I see a lot of people these days who will see something on TV and they assume it's true, or they'll read something in an article and they assume it's true. And it switches. Sometimes it's conservatives falling for something. Sometimes it's progressive.
We all love motive. We love stuff
told me that Sydney Sweeney really is a Nazi, and I was surprised.
Oh, really?
I did for the record.
So she really does have good genes, GENES, right? But so here's I guess this is related to a broad conversation about libertarianism, because for me, one of the selling points of libertarianism, from the time I started reading Reason in high school in the late 70s, was the idea that not everything is political. Politics matters. I don't think any of us are anarchists. There's going to be a realm where, you have to build a consensus, and, that's never good, but you squeeze it down to the smallest amount of your life possible so you can just get on with stuff. But, everything is political now, including these, American Eagle ads, which who even knew American Eagle still existed, as a brand. But that is, every action you do is heavily
American
politicized.
Eagle when it's on a silver dollar.
There you go. Yeah, preferably minted by an underground dispensary or something backed by cannabis.
Fox News commercial.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Justin. Roslyn Capital.
Yeah.
Is what I keep in my safe.
Yeah, whatever G. Gordon Liddy was selling, I'm buying. But no, but how do we get to that point? This is related to this question of mystery, or that we don't know, but also where not everything you do is political. That some things are just outside the realm of, listening to, politicians talk about it.
Well, the problem is the idea of everything being political benefits a two-party system, and it really benefits both sides who compete for hysteria and, making people as anxious and obedient as possible. And you can't have a conversation over Thanksgiving dinner without it veering into politics if you have people who are looking for fights like that. And, people are looking for fights as a distraction from their own problems and their own mental health crises, which oddly enough are oftentimes generated by politics. And then you've got politicians who are eager to solve them with, funding from the government, where they can then later use that data to further control your life.
Yeah. Justin, are you going to, you were a 10-year congressman.
Yeah.
You did your time, but are you gonna get back into politics? You ran for the Republican Senate nomination in Michigan, lost to Mike Rogers, who then lost, correct?
Yeah.
Am I remembering? Yeah, and
Mike lose again, but
Mike Rogers is a loser, I think. You go to the dictionary and he's there. But are you going to get back into politics?
I think I'll run again at some point. Probably not in the immediate future, but at some point I will. I mean, the one of the nice things about getting into politics early is that I'm still pretty young.
Yeah.
If I ran again for office in 10 years, I'd still be younger than the average politician in Washington. So.
And you are, just to be clear, you are 80 years old.
That's right. I just look very good for my age.
But you're 80, but that means you're on the low end
it's
of
It's
congressional
the holy that he rubs into his skin.
Yeah, I just look very good.
Yeah. So you think, but what will you do in the meantime then?
Well, I'm thinking about writing a book. I mean, about some of the things we talked about here. I mean, I think humility as a concept is important and not talked about enough, not written about enough. But yeah, I'm going to continue to give speeches. I'll continue to post things. I'll continue to write. And I will run for office when I think it's the right time to do so. And I think that in this environment, it is not the right time. You know,
Would you ever run for president as a libertarian?
I wouldn't say no, that I never
What
would.
what would be more attractive for you? Because you've talked about how much you hated being in Congress and how you have more power as a private individual than you ever did as a representative. So would you rather be a member of Congress again and be swallowed whole by all of the clowns?
Would you rather be 100 congressmen or one large duck?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I would say I have about the same power as a typical congressman.
Yeah.
When I'm outside of Congress, we both have the power to post on X. And that's about all the power that the average member of Congress has.
I mean, in a slim majority, if you are the no vote that can turf something, that's pretty powerful.
Well, he was, though. I mean, he was the no vote.
I was that for 10 years.
Yeah.
And things got progressively worse in Congress. I mean, they continued to consolidate power at the top. I do think that I felt the impact I had more acutely after I left Congress, because I would just be out at Costco, for example, which is like apparently the place where everyone comes up to me to talk, and people would tell me how much they appreciated that I was explaining the votes, that I was willing to cross the aisle to do the right thing on a whole host of issues, including civil liberties and some of the war issues out there. So people appreciated that, and I think there is that marginal benefit to at least my community, that they are able to see that, and to people across the country who might follow what I'm doing. There's also the possibility of maybe someday I can trick enough of them to choose me as Speaker of the House.
Right,
You know,
without being in Congress.
And
Because you don't have to be a member of Congress to be Speaker.
If you, I think it's a lot easier to do it if you're in Congress.
Yeah.
They're highly unlikely to do it outside of Congress. But the
But you
point
don't,
is,
technically, you don't have to be a member of Congress.
You don't
right?
technically have to be.
Yeah.
But the point is, it's the opposite of the power hungry. I want to devolve power from the speakership. The only way you're going to do that is to get someone in the speakership who will say, I'm not going to exert this power. I'm not going to force you to do this. I would open up the House, let people do what they believe in. Put things on the floor with no expectation that my preferred outcome is going to win. It would be a very different sort of speakership, and I think it would be very good for the institution. It would be great for representative government, and it would also decrease the influence of the presidency. The reason the president right now has so much influence over Congress is because he knows he only has to negotiate with two guys. If he goes to talk to Mike Johnson and John Thune, that's it, game over. If the president knows that he has to talk to 435 members in the House and 100 members in the Senate, that's an uphill battle for the president. Because then he says to Mike Johnson, hey, Mike, I want this. And Mike's like, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. My hands are tied. I'll put things on the floor, but I don't know what these guys are going to do. And, you know, Mike Johnson's not going to do that. He's not going to cross Trump. But I would be willing to say, hey, Mr. President, I'll put it on the floor, but I can't guarantee any outcomes. And that weakens the presidency. So I think not enough people understand the interaction between the legislative branch and the executive branch is a big part. It's not just that Congress isn't exerting its power. It's the system itself that it's become so concentrated in the power of the Speaker and the Senate Majority Leader has actually empowered the president because he doesn't have to negotiate with that.
Who was your favorite House Speaker?
Oh, man. It has to be before the time I was born, probably.
Maybe Nancy Pelosi, right?
So
she probably Nancy Pelosi probably treated you better than anyone.
Pelosi was one of the worst speakers.
But I mean, as bad as John Boehner, like she never accosted you in a cloakroom.
In the time that I was there, John Boehner was probably the best speaker.
Wow.
And I tried.
Better than Paul Ryan?
Oh yeah, much better. And I tried to oust John Boehner multiple times, and he was probably the best. I would say maybe not even by a small margin. That he might have been the best speaker, because John Boehner, as much as he would swear at me and do all that stuff, he would allow me to put amendments on the floor. He would make some compromises. He would allow us to vote on a variety of things.
Right.
He would invite us into the office to have a conversation. When Paul Ryan got in there, it was like, okay, I don't need you guys.
Was that, I mean, is that an individual problem, or like, you know, I mean, it's just you need somebody who's not a complete power monger?
I think for someone like Paul Ryan, there was such a belief in his own ideas, his own policies getting enacted, that he needed to grab control. Nancy Pelosi also always brags about, oh, I won't put anything on the floor unless I know it's going to pass, which I think is a terrible way to operate as Speaker of the House. John Boehner was a little more old school, a little more willing to let things go. And my value, like as a person, is in the principle related to the process.
Right.
Okay, I would put that above any of the outcomes or positions I have. I believe strongly in the process. I believe in America, and I believe the process can produce good libertarian outcomes.
And the process is not tangential. The process is the point, right?
The process is everything. People don't think enough about this, but what separates America from the other countries in the world is the process. We have abundant resources, but there are other countries with abundant resources. What is different about this country, there's a cultural difference, of course, but there is a process difference in our government. We operate by a set of rules. We don't operate on arbitrary whims.
Let me, because both of you are optimistic, and that belief in, maybe not in the process, but of like putting stuff out there, and the optimism that you both exude brings us back to Ron Paul, whose birthday we're celebrating. You know, Kennedy, I'm moved by like how, you know, optimistic you are about your kids, or the world your kids are growing up in. Can you talk about, you know, is there anything out there that you worry about that's going to screw up the world? Like, what's your biggest fear for them?
Unfunded debt.
Yeah.
Our debt worries me more than anything.
Really?
And I know there are people like that truly believe in modern monetary theory.
Yeah.
I'm not one of them.
I've tried to live by it personally, and it doesn't work.
It's
great.
I wish that were the case. I wish you could just make money and magically pay all of your own bills.
Yeah.
That and OnlyFans.
Okay. So, but that's your big thing. What about you, Justin? As a, you know, what worries you? What would turn you into a non-Ron Paul pessimist?
Oh, well, I don't know about that, but I think the single biggest risk is AI.
Yeah. And you're for it or against it? God, this is a French goodbye question.
I don't think there's any way to avoid it. It's kind of like what we talked about with social media.
Right, okay.
Social media is going to increase. We're going to know more about each other's lives. There's no going back. AI is going to happen whether we like it or not.
Right.
I think the outcome is a little bit out of our hands. I'm not sure that there's a way to make it work, and it might work and it might not. And I don't know what the outcome will be. And I do think, you know, as a libertarian, I say this, and a lot of libertarians are very pro AI and for no regulation on it, et cetera.
It's because they want sex robots.
Yeah, sure.
I understand where they're coming from, but not about that part.
Yeah.
But
and by the way, we just call those robots. You don't have to say sex robots.
Yeah.
All robots are sex robots.
That's very kind of you.
Yeah.
I understand where they're coming from as a general matter.
Yeah.
But there is a high risk here with AI. It's the kind of thing we're not really prepared for. I don't think that those who are in positions of power right now, and I mean not just people in government, but people who run these companies, have prepared the American people and the people of the world enough for the kind of change it will bring about, and the potential for altering human existence in a way that is so profound that we might not even think of each other as humans in the same way.
Wow. Okay, that's a great note to end on.
Sorry, that's such a dark note.
No, not at all. But I want to thank Kennedy and Justin Amash for talking on this special live edition of The Reason interview with Nick Gillespie. I, of course, am Nick Gillespie, and we are at the Ron Paul barbecue and 90th birthday party. Happy birthday, Dr. No, and we'll see you at your 180th birthday as well.
Happy birthday.
Unless the AI turns out not to be
Let's
so
hope
good,
it's
right?
peaceful AI.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much.
Entertainment, and every good piece of liberty-loving entertainment needs a very fast liberty-loving warm-up. So I'm going to tell you 3 libertarian jokes. First joke: why the libertarian not like the Italian car? Because it's fiat. Hey, what did the libertarian chicken say when he crossed the road? None of your business. Am I being detained? I don't talk without my lawyer. And finally, what's the difference between an minarchist and an anarchist? 6 months. There we go. That's the extent of my set. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to introduce our premier entertainment of the evening. They're much more talented than I am. They are the one, the only, Jimmy Vaughn and the Tilt-A-Whirl Band.
Hello, Lake Jackson! Please welcome 4-time Grammy Award-winning bad boy, Jimmy Vaughn and the Tilt-A-Whirl Band!
All right! How's everybody feeling tonight? Gonna be a good time, been in town. Me and that girl, we gonna boogie some more. We gonna roll. We gonna roll. Roll, baby. Roll all night long. We gonna pull back the rug, kick up the floor. Me and that girl, we gonna boogie some more. We gonna roll. We gonna roll, baby. Roll all night long. Let's roll, baby. Let's roll, baby. We're gonna cheer up the living, wake up the dead. Midnight girl, we're gonna paint this town red. We're gonna roll. We're gonna roll. Roll, baby. Roll all night long. We're gonna roll, pretty baby, roll all night. That's what I told her. I said, let's roll, baby. Well, it's great to be here. My name is Jimmy Vaughn. This is a Tilt-A-Whirl band, the Texas Horns, and we're happy to be here to wish Ron Paul, Dr. Ron Paul, a happy 90th birthday from the Vaughn family and all the musicians up here. Thank you for all you have done for liberty and freedom. How about that? All right. One, two, three. Daddy worked at the crossroads. Lord, what a sad affair. Daddy work at the crossroads. Lord, what a sad affair. That's why you got me crying. It's more than a heart can bear. I know you didn't love me, baby. and my best friend, you did her. I know you didn't love me, baby. And my best friend you did adore. But you know I'm gonna be okay, baby. Although my poor heart is sore. Crossroads. Lord, what a sad affair. That dirty work at the crossroads. Lord, what a sad affair. That's why you got me crying. More than a heart. All right. How's everybody feeling? All right. We're going to do a little thing called I Ain't Never. I never, baby, seen nobody like you. I never have I ever seen nobody like you. You call me up, you say meet me at 9. I have to hurry, I'm there on time. I walk right up, I knock on your door. The landlord says you ain't here no more, I ain't never. Whoa, darling, see nobody like you. But I love you, baby. I love you just the same. Woo, baby. Oh, darling, I never, baby. All right. You tell me sweet things that you don't mean. You got me living in a horrid dream. You make me do things I don't want to do. My friends all say, well, what's wrong with you? I ain't never, baby, seen nobody like you. But I love you, baby. I love you just the same. Woo, baby. Oh, darling, I never, baby, I never, baby, I never. I ain't never seen nobody like you, baby. That's what I told her. You know, if anybody wants to dance, it's okay. I know it's a little early, but I just want a little bit. You know, I don't want it all, baby. I just want a little bit. A teeny weeny bit. Teeny weeny bitty of love. Turn your lights down low and slip me a kiss. Turn your lights down low. I just can't resist. A teeny weeny bitty of love. That's right, baby. Just a little bit, baby. Forever. This ain't no one-night stand, baby. Please say you'll never leave me, not till the end of time. A teeny weeny bitty of love. I don't want it all, baby. I just want a little bit. All right. How's everybody feeling tonight? We're turning Ron Paul's birthday into a honky-tonk. All right, we're going to do a little thing that was written by Slide Hampton, a great composer and a great arranger. And it goes like this. All right, thank you. Okay, what should we do? Flood and DFW? Yeah. All right. We're going to do a little thing called Texas Flood. Written by Larry Davis. Well, it's flooding down in Texas Bay, 'cause all the telephone lines are down. Well, it's flooding down in Texas Bay, 'cause all the telephone lines are down. The floodwaters are rolling. Man, it's about to drive me insane. Dark clouds are rolling. Yes, I'm standing out in the rain. Dark clouds are rolling. Yes, I'm standing out in the rain. You know the floodwaters are rolling. Man, it's about to drive me insane. I wish my baby would come get me. Baby. Yes, but I won't be gone for long. Well, I'm leaving, baby. Yes, but I won't be gone for long. Because even with all these floods, hurricanes and tornadoes, you know Texas will always be my home. All right. Howdy, folks. I said howdy, folks. Welcome to Ron Paul's 90th birthday party. Thank you. Happy birthday, Ron Paul.
about those dead people on 9/11? Was it President Bush who on September 20th of 2001 came to Congress and said, people are asking why they hate us. They hate us because we're a democracy. Their leaders are self-appointed. They hate our freedom to worship and our freedom to disagree. Is that a guy who cares so much about the death that he wants to avoid it in the future, that he wants to get to the truth of it? Or is it someone like Ron Paul who says, so in order to find out why they hate us, what I did was I read the documents that these people have written, and I judged whether or not they had an incentive to lie or tell the truth. And it turns out it's bases in Mecca and Medina, Saudi Arabia. It's the deadly sanctions on Iraq. By the way, if China has sanctions or a blockade on Taiwan, the U.S. threatens nuclear war against China. So that's how serious sanctions and blockades are on countries. Yeah. And then the third reason, of course, being the support for the Israeli mass murder campaign that's been going on for Jesus knows how long. So it's because Ron Paul cared so much that he was willing to tell an unpopular truth that was so beneficial.
Yeah.
And that's what motivated me to tell Tulsi Gabbard an unpopular truth
listen, I don't...
that she didn't want to hear because I knew it would be better
good.
for her in the long run. You're welcome, Director of National Intelligence.
That was good. The kid's good. All right, he spun that all together. You know what I was thinking about? And
managing director there.
That's right. Well, this is why we support the
Managing
Libertarian.
editor.
This is why we support the Libertarian Institute. You know, there was something I was thinking of the other day that I don't think I said this to you, Scott. I think I said this earlier on Clint's podcast, but it was before you came in. But like, isn't it crazy, you know, of what me and you have both been in the position of defending our good buddy Darryl Cooper, which we're both happy to do, but of his most controversial, you know, point ever, which was really talking about hunger, you know, blockades and what that ends up doing, and like, what even is the logic of this here? And it's funny, in a really dark sense, funny, because like, even when you're on one side of a conflict or critical of one government, you never want to forget there's human beings. So like, I was actually horrified to see that picture of the Israeli prisoner in Gaza who's like starving to death. Yeah. Totally, I mean, really, look, you see a before picture and what he looks like now, it's horrible. He was an IDF soldier, but whatever, you know, he's still a human being. Even, you know, even being part of an aggressive army doesn't mean like there's no humanity left there. But it was so funny, I got tagged, because I'm like famous for being an Israel critic now, I got tagged like all day on Twitter of people sending me this picture and being like, what are you gonna say about Hamas now, Dave? And you're like—
You should have negotiated with them a year and a half ago?
Well, like, but it is, well look, obviously, like, it's not saying Hamas doesn't have any guilt in this or anything like that, but you go like, what was the logic in having a fucking starvation blockade when you got hostages in there? Like, where on the list of—
damn
exactly.
About them.
That's exactly
and
right.
In fact,
right.
They know that other people do, and so it'll generate sympathy. So they'll starve
exactly.
them for the talking point.
Exactly. Because
like that's why we have the Hannibal directive.
Well, look. Well, right. But you know, when you think, and this was kind of the point that I think Darryl was making, was like, okay, so you cut off all food from Nazi Germany. Well, who do you think is going to get the short end of that stick? Within Nazi Germany, do you think that Adolf Hitler won't eat? Do you think that his military won't eat? Or do you think maybe it's the gypsies and the Jews and the Slavic, you know, like, come on. I mean, just like, be honest here. You're gonna starve, you got Smotrich, your finance minister, bragging for 3 months that not 1 ounce of grain will get in. Well, who do you think is gonna be hit by that? The Hamas militants, first and foremost. And, you know, there's been like some reporting back and forth, and they make these claims that they never really back up with that Hamas is stealing the food or doing this. But like,
it's a bunch of crap.
But like,
totally debunked.
Yeah. Like they
brave and who will grow up to go on to be the next Dr. Pauls themselves. And so to talk more about this award and honor it to our top student of the year, I'd like to kick it back to Young Americans for Liberty's founder and CEO and the 2008 Students for Ron Paul Youth Coordinator, Jeff Frazee.
Thank you, Sean. Well, tonight I am thrilled to make a major announcement because for more than a decade, Young Americans for Liberty has had a generous supporter who has followed our successes closely and sees the potential and the plans that we have ahead. You know, he believes in our founding principles and wants to ensure our country's best days are not behind us. He recognizes the wise words of Ronald Reagan, that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for the next generation to do the same. To ensure the torch of liberty does not burn out, but rather pass to the next generation, he has made a significant contribution to Young Americans for Liberty. And in his honor, we have created an award named after him called the Hendrickson Liberty Award. This is our most prestigious honor, and it will be awarded every single year for the next 100 years to a young leader who most exemplifies the spirit of our founding fathers and has made tremendous sacrifices to defend our liberties. Tonight, I'm actually grateful that he's here to witness this award on the same day that we honor Ron Paul. Because without him, we wouldn't have the capabilities or the resources to host events like these, but most importantly, to reach the next generation with Ron Paul's message. So I'd like to take the opportunity to bring to the stage and recognize Mr. Ron Hendrickson, one of the great Rons in my life, who has done tremendous work for this organization. Ron, can you please come to the stage? Ron, I want to thank you for being here. Great to be here. And for fueling our mission and just making an enormous contribution to the cause of liberty. And now, this year, the Hendrickson Liberty Award winner goes to a young activist who has swiftly risen through the ranks, becoming one of our most formidable student leaders. From the beginning, it was clear to us that we had a dedicated leader who was motivated for the fight for liberty. He started and led 2 YAL chapters, growing them both to become some of the biggest chapters in the state and nationwide. And then when legislation was passed in his state that was very relevant to college students to eliminate forced meal plans on public universities, basically forcing students to eat overpriced cafeteria food. He took the fight directly to Capitol Hill. As a college student, he assembled a team of activists and personally confronted every member of the Oklahoma House of Representatives. And after applying the right amount of pressure, he actually got the bill passed in the House. But it met incredible resistance in the Senate. But he kept the pressure up and ultimately determined that the bill failed. But that's not where the story ends. Because it's his courage and his leadership that has inspired others to get involved in his home state. And the fight is not over for this bill. His journey as a passionate new YAL member to now a powerful advocate for liberty is an example to other YAL members. And he embodies the spirit of the Founding Fathers. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for this year's winner of the Hendrickson Liberty Award, Justice Chandler. Where is he? Where's Justice? Here he comes. Congratulations, congratulations.
Let's get another round of applause for Justice Chandler, everybody, our Hendrickson Liberty Award winner. Bright future ahead of you. We'll be watching your career with great interest. Now, next, I'd like to call to the stage someone else who has made tremendous contributions to this event and to advance the Ron Paul mission. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Bobby Gray of Texit Coin. Come on down, Bobby.
Thank you very much. Where are we at on the money bomb? Anyone know? What's our number? 185. I said I'd match anything over 177, so that's $8,000, right? All right, let me log into my crypto wallet here. A little accountability. Send a transaction for, oh, it just jumped. 13,000. 13,000. So here we go. I got 15,532 USDC in this wallet. Let's send it all to a great cause. Thank you so much. Crypto's easy, it's fast, it's borderless, it's permissionless, and it took me the better part of 13 years to realize what I was missing. And it's really great, and I encourage everybody here to check it out as well. So there you go, another 15,000 on top. I don't know if that will update anytime soon, but let's dig deep, guys. Come on, we have an opportunity to finance the next chapters of freedom and liberty. All the seeds that were planted by Dr. Paul in the hearts of me and my friends here. You know, this thing has gotten legs. It's gone in 1,000 different directions, and now this is our opportunity to keep it moving forward into our bright future. So real quick origin story for me with Dr. Paul. 2008, like so many of you, my friend Gary over there, I first had the opportunity to virtually meet Ron Paul through the movie America, Freedom to Fascism. And it was just mind-blowing for me to see in this film a congressman that's got a sign on his desk that says, "Don't steal, the government hates competition," right? And I said, that's a man that I can get behind and really admire. And the integrity that he showed was really what gave me the passion to get started with my mission, which is, of course, honest money. I saw the problems that we were facing in our country, and I set out to do something about the root cause of all of that, which I believe is dishonest money. And I started the American Open Currency Standard in 2008 so that communities all across the country could barter with gold and silver and copper medallions. And it was very successful. I made my first Ron Paul coin and gave it to him at Freedom Fest in 2009. And that was my first opportunity to actually meet him there in person. I made millions of coins over the years. I had a lot of fun making them for all kinds of causes, from political candidates, Adam Kokesh and Mises Institute. Had my little run-in with G. Edward Griffin there at Jekyll Island one time, stealing a flag, if you guys remember that story. And so I've had a lot of fun, but I thought that this was largely going unnoticed by Dr. Paul, right? I'm really kicking butt for our cause, and I'm just not getting the phone call. And then finally, all of a sudden, after I was ready to consider he forgot all about me, Dr. Paul invited me to come out and testify at his very last U.S. Domestic Monetary Policy Subcommittee hearing regarding parallel currencies, the roadmap to monetary freedom. And I was the last person to speak and testify at that event. And it was my opportunity to tell the people in government really what I thought about them and encourage them to leave our money alone. Back then, we were thinking about legalizing gold and silver. And I said, leave it alone. It doesn't belong to you, and it never will. And so that was my 5 minutes of fame back in the day. And since then, I've had a lot of fun as well. Went on to realize the error of my ways with gold and silver. Not that they're not incredibly valuable, not that they're great money, but that they don't work as a currency in today's digital economy. And so it took me, like I said, 13 years to figure out what I had missed out on the Bitcoin and crypto conversation. And some of you know that in 2012, I created that original Bitcoin coin, the one with the B in the middle of it, that's become maybe the most famous coin in the world today. So fast forward, I finally saw the writing on the wall, realized that young people weren't buying gold and silver coins, and I decided to take all of my knowledge and passion for honest money and start Texit Coin, which I believe to be the future of money here in Texas and, of course, around the world as well. And the project's been an incredible success. By show of hands, who's seen a billboard or an advertisement in an airport? Take a look around. Look at all the hands going up. I think we have the most exciting thing today in the cryptocurrency space because it's real, and this is what happens when you take a great financial technology like crypto and pair it up with something as important as honest money. People see that, it's magnetic, it's attractive, and it's been driving our success for the last year and a half. And we'd love you to reach into the gift bag that you got here today. You'll find a little Texacoin in there. By the time you wake up tomorrow, we'll have 5 TXC loaded on each one of those coins. Laugh about it all you want, but if somebody gave you 5 Bitcoin 10, 12 years ago, you'd be looking through landfills for that coin today, right? And so when I heard about the barbecue, I said, this is my opportunity to say thank you. This is my opportunity to give back. And I'm absolutely certain that I would not be on this stage in front of you here today if it wasn't for that one moment in time back in 2012 when Dr. Paul acknowledged me and the work that I was doing and invited me to come out and speak my words of truth to power in Congress back then. And so I will forever be grateful. I owe so much of a debt of gratitude to Dr. Paul for that moment in time that has allowed me to take that mission of honest money all the way into the digital future and lead the way in the cryptocurrency conversation. So thank you to everybody for coming out today. Thank you very much for allowing me to be up here and share my story with you. And happy birthday, Dr. Paul.
Fantastic. Thank you, Bobby, for being a champion for liberty and for sound money. Hang tight. We will continue with the programming very shortly. Do not go anywhere. Stay tuned. Justin, roll some cool videos.
How can you call for something that I think is un-American, the legalization?
Unbelievable. From then on, the kids would hear about the campaign on the internet and look at the videos and get their parents involved.
This is of a piece of a sort of 230-year-old American tradition of, you know, rugged individualism and independence and reverence for liberty. And I think Ron Paul speaks for a lot of people who still uphold those ideas.
You set the record. In the history of American politics, nobody has ever raised more money on a single day than you.
Gosh.
And yet, this is happening without your campaign people coordinating it. This is completely about grassroots, and it's completely about you just saying what you believe in.
Oh, no, you can't have a government like this without an income tax, but we don't want a government like this. This is not the kind of government that was designed by our founders of the country. It's not what was written in the Constitution. We've only had an income tax since 1913. But if you want a welfare state, and if you want to police the world and pay for the defense of Japan and Germany, send foreign aid to the Soviet Union, you not only need the income tax, you need the Federal Reserve to print up the money when the deficit is accumulated. So we think the government should be much smaller. The income tax is unnecessary. Again, something happened in the 20th century where the American people decided that there would be...
The 16th Amendment happened, yeah.
Something happened where we have changed our attitude about what we want from our government. We've ushered in this overwhelming runaway welfare state that we cannot afford, and we've also become an American empire where we have troops around the world and we pay for the defense of Japan and Germany and everybody else. But at the same time, you had to have two ways of financing this. One we decided we'd have an income tax that we would start subtly and small that would escalate to the point that it really is the biggest ripoff in the country, along with a Federal Reserve System that allows us to monetize
that happened
debt.
65 years ago.
Well, I know, but since 65 years, we have seen the deterioration of this society that we love.
I'm Ron Paul. I'm a congressman from Texas, serving in my 10th term. I am the champion of the Constitution.
On a chilly Saturday in November, a few thousand people have flocked to Philadelphia to see their man, Ron Paul, the Texas congressman who's running for president. He may not be the first name on the Republican ticket that pops into your head, but he's got an army of avid...
As we approach the 250th birthday of our country, to the day when Benjamin Franklin was asked what sort of nation the American Constitution had created, his response, "A republic if you can keep it." And it's that response that I think of when I think about the cause that Ron Paul has dedicated his life to, and how he has inspired an entire movement that continues to grow all across this country, focused on those foundational principles that are in our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. He has experienced firsthand on the front lines fighting for our democratic republic. As I look back and was watching some of these videos, and his demeanor is always one of a joyful warrior. Whether he's talking about the Fed or he's talking about ending these disastrous regime change wars and standing up for peace and prosperity and freedom for all people, no matter how hard he is attacked, he carries what we in Hawaii call is the aloha spirit with him wherever he goes. And what that really means, what that aloha spirit really is that genuine love and care and respect for everyone. Our republic continues to be under assault. Over and over again, we see examples and are confronted. The truth is being exposed of those who believe that they are not, those in our government, those in positions of power who don't believe that they must follow the Constitution, the one that they all swear an oath to support and defend. And so the decisions that they make are more about defending their own power or their own interests, and are in direct defiance of the Constitution and therefore undermining our republic. So the work that Ron Paul has done and continues to do is more critical now, as it always has been, because I believe we are at a turning point where the voices of the people must continue to be heard, always looking back to the objectives and the intentions behind our nation's founders, the vision that they had for us. A republic if you can keep it, speaking to every single one of us as Americans and to the responsibility that we have to defend it. I'm grateful I had a chance to spend a little bit of time here before coming out on the stage with Ron and got to meet a lot of his kids and grandkids. It's incredibly inspiring to see, even after all that he has been through, all that he has faced, his character, his groundedness in the principles that he has dedicated his life to defending, and his humility. And I hope he won't mind me sharing this, but about 5 minutes ago, he said, you know, people come up to me all the time and they tell me, Dr. Paul, you changed my life. You've inspired me and you've moved me. And he's like, I'm just talking about monetary policy. Like, what's the big deal here? I'm talking about ending the Fed. You think I changed your life? I'm talking about the Fed. And what I told him was he has and continues to impact countless people and change people's lives because he inspires hope. He inspires hope in a country that has increasingly over time become so distrustful of those in government who are supposed to be working for them but are working for other interests. People have lost hope that those in government, that we have a government of, by, and for the people, and that they're speaking for them, distrustful of the decisions that are being made. And so I shared this with him knowing that, you know, I've experienced it, I've felt it, I've seen it. And with the humility that he embodies, he just said, I'll have to remember that. Thank you for saying that. You've heard a lot of people talking about how Dr. Paul has impacted their lives. I've had the the good fortune of being able to go to a lot of the gatherings and conventions of young people and college students across the country who are standing up and fighting for liberty. I'm just grateful to be one amongst all of you and many others who wish they could be here today to really celebrate this man who has dedicated his life to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I know I won't speak for him, but I can imagine the best way to honor his life and his legacy is for each of us to continue to carry on that cause. Thank you all so much. Have a great night. Aloha. Thank you.
Keep it going for Tulsi Gabbard, everybody. Thank you, Director. Appreciate you. Up next is the person who will be introducing our next speaker. You know him, you love him. It's Scott Horton back to the stage, everybody. Come on, Scott.
All right, happy birthday again, Mark. I'm just here real quick to introduce our next guy. It's my honor to introduce to you today, Tom Woods. Tom Woods is a great libertarian author, historian, polemicist, podcaster, and speaker, and also a great promoter of entrepreneurship and prosperity for the members of our movement as well. Sign up for his newsletter. And I am very grateful for Tom because you're all familiar with the Liberty Classroom. It's a great example of him working hard to help make the rest of us prosperous. He's built me my own Liberty Classroom. It's called the Scott Horton Academy for Foreign Policy and Freedom. Should be going online, I hope, by the end of the month, maybe early next month. ScottHortonAcademy.com. But this isn't just a commercial for that, but I just want to say how grateful I am to Tom for all the effort that he's put into helping make this thing a success for me. And with that, the great Tom Woods.
Thank you. That is a very nice welcome. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you all very much. To contextualize my very brief remarks, it is important for me to point out that I am joined tonight by my wife and by 2 of the 5 Woods daughters. We have Veronica, who's 20, and Sarah, who's only 11. Woohoo! Now, I point this out to you because Sarah, being born in 2014, was not around when the name of Ron Paul was being bandied about the household during the presidential campaigns. So she didn't hear this name as often as the other Woods children did. So when we made our way here, I wanted to explain to her, why does this man matter? Like, why did we fly all the way from Florida to wish him a happy birthday? So Sarah, here is my answer. And it comes in a number of parts. Now, I hope you will all indulge me, because today has been a series of tributes to Dr. Paul, but allow the old man here to take a crack at it also. And one of the points that a lot of people have made is that he told the truth when it would have been a lot easier to just repeat the lies everyone else was telling. That's the first thing. And that's very important. If I'm explaining to my 11-year-old why this man matters, that's right at the top of the list. Secondly, on matters of principle, you could not twist his arm. If he didn't believe in something, you could not twist his arm to change his mind. Ronald Reagan himself could not twist Ron Paul's arm. He's a tough guy when it comes to defending our principles. My favorite email I ever received from Ron Paul was only 5 words long. He forwarded me an especially nasty article about homeschooling with the note, "This needs to be smashed." then also because he stood up for causes and ideas that had rarely, if ever, had a true champion in public life. And by the way, you could tell he was onto something by the way the media attempted to conceal him from you. It was especially bad in 2008, but they still tried doing it again in 2012. When I was down here just a few months ago speaking for the Ron Paul Institute, I had a slide up on the screen. This was a screenshot taken in 2012, or maybe it was a 2012 campaign, may have been taken in 2011, from MSNBC. And they had listed on the screen 4 GOP presidential candidates in order of how successful they'd been in fundraising in the most recent quarter. Now, because I'm a nerd who follows these things very closely, I knew Dr. Paul was number 2 on that list. On their list, we had number 1, number 3, number 4, and number 5. There was no number 2. That's not normal. Even Jon Stewart, who I would not describe as a friend of ours, was honest enough to ask the question on The Daily Show, when did Ron Paul become the 13th floor of a hotel? We weren't the only ones picking up on this. So you'll notice around the room we have these inflatable blimps. Now, some of you youngsters won't remember this. The movement is still divided to this day as to whether this was a good expenditure of funds, but I will hear no spoil sports today. Today we celebrate the blimp. We came to the conclusion the media is going to conceal this man from everyone, so what if we fly a blimp over the country that says, Google Ron Paul? You got to admire the gumption. You just have to. And they didn't like that he blasted through the stupid non-debates we have. Now, we've heard today about the Giuliani moment in that 2007 debate, but I want to remind you about a debate we've probably all forgotten, and for good reason. In January 2008, the last of the GOP presidential debates, it was down to 4 candidates, McCain, Romney, Huckabee, and Ron Paul. And most of the debate was McCain and Romney inanely arguing about whether there should be a timetable on withdrawing troops from Iraq and who would withdraw how many troops when. And finally, Ron Paul pointed out, this whole debate is mind-numbingly ridiculous, because the problem is not how many, when, and under what conditions. It's the whole thing was stupid and evil, and we should take all the troops out now. Why are we obsessed with minutia? Well, just this morning in my hotel room, I looked up, how did Politico cover that debate? Now, a normal country with a normal media would say, one candidate finally exposed the limited nature of our debates in this country, that the debate is between 2 kinds of interventionists, and you can't, I mean, come on, today, who can tell the difference between Mitt Romney and John McCain? You know, come on, I defy you to tell me the difference between these 2, but it was the argument they were having that was the important thing. That's exactly how Politico handled it. Well, there was a big debate between McCain and Romney. No mention of Ron Paul puncturing the whole thing. Not even there. He could predict the future. You know, I almost hate to make fun of poor Bill Kristol because it's so easy to do, you know? The poor guy has been beaten senseless by our friend Scott Horton. You can see that online. That was his own fault. Why would you agree to debate Scott Horton on anything? And boy, did he get kicked around by Scott on that debate stage. Oh my goodness, terrible. But life and death is at stake here, so I am going to make a little fun of Bill Kristol. Bill Kristol said things that you think now nobody really said, that these must be caricatures of what people said. But he did say that the war in Iraq would last 2 months. He did say that we would be vindicated when we discovered huge stockpiles of weapons of mass destruction. He did say American forces would be greeted as liberators. And he did say that the whole region would be transformed in our image. Now that's all false fantasy world stuff. Dr. Paul predicted exactly what wound up happening, which was something like the opposite of everything I just said. So I was a little lazy this morning, so I asked Grok. I said, Grok, I'm on a first-name basis with old Grok. Tell me a little bit about the differences between Bill Kristol and Ron Paul in their predictions about the war in Iraq. But I want to take these two passages and share them with you. Quote, Kristol faced criticism for his inaccurate predictions, but maintained influence in media and policy circles with no significant professional repercussions. Paul's opposition, while prescient, marginalized him in mainstream media as no major U.S. outlet hired prominent war opponents like him. And then this. Bill Kristol's predictions for the 2003 Iraq War were overly optimistic, envisioning a quick victory, WMD discovery, and regional transformation that never materialized. Ron Paul's warnings of prolonged conflict, economic costs, and blowback proved more accurate, reflecting the war's actual outcomes. Yeah, how about that? And yet, for some reason, the guy who's living in fantasy world is still on TV, and he still keeps getting invited, and he keeps showing up at the cocktail parties. That's not normal. But we had a guy who started to chip away at that foundation. In 2007, he started to chip away at it because he wouldn't play by the rules. You're either McCain or you're Romney. You know, I think the world is a little bit broader than just the 2 millimeters separating John McCain and Mitt Romney. And then in 2001, he said on the House floor that the Fed was trying to blunt the dot-com crash by inflating a housing bubble. Well, that is exactly what happened. Exactly. But Herman Cain, who was also a GOP presidential candidate, what he said about a week before Fannie and Freddie went under, he said there's nothing wrong with the U.S. economy, and anybody who says there is just a liberal who hates George W. Bush. That was the level of economic analysis Dr. Paul was competing against. And finally, he's one of the few politicians who isn't an ego case. I years ago proposed to Dr. Paul that he write his autobiography, because I think that would be a fascinating story. Not just his life in politics, but his whole life. What formed him? How did he become Ron Paul? I think we'd all love to hear that story. But he declined because he genuinely couldn't believe anybody could really be interested. The Ron Paul Institute is called the Ron Paul Institute for Peace and Prosperity, but Dr. Paul calls it simply the Institute for Peace and Prosperity, because he's not an ego case obsessed with himself, and his point is that what matters are the ideas, not him as a person. I remember one time I asked his wife, Carol, I said, now we all remember Dr. Paul had a stroke one day during the recording of the Liberty Report. Oh, I beg your pardon, even I did it just there. The Ron Paul Liberty Report, excuse me. And he got a picture taken of himself in the hospital with his thumbs up. I'm sure did not want to do this, but the world wants to know if you're okay, Dr. Paul, let us know. So he had this picture of himself in the hospital with the thumbs up, and Donald Trump retweeted that with the word "great!" exclamation mark. So I asked Carol, well, what did you think about, the president wishing your husband well, when he was in the hospital? And she said, he did? Ron hadn't even bothered to tell her. Now, if the president wished me well, you better believe my wife would hear about that 100 times in the first hour. But that's not what he's about. He's a man who believes in freedom, in peace, in smashing war propaganda, and telling the public unpopular truths they need to hear. Now, no matter how many elections we have, so many awful things just keep happening, like with a dreary predictability. But the example of Ron Paul seared into our brains that a better world is possible if we want it. So those, my dear Sarah, those are some of the reasons this man matters. And they also happen to be the reasons we love him. So happy birthday, Ron, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Tom Woods. Keep it going for the great Tom Woods, everybody. Don't forget, folks, if you're here in Lake Jackson or if you're watching on the stream, if you haven't chipped in yet to ronpaulmoneybomb.org, please consider doing so. We take fiat, we take credit card, we take crypto, we take almost anything. It's a great way to give a birthday present to Dr. Paul and further the mission of the Ron Paul Institute. Now, as we all know, Dr. Paul is not the only Paul to have made it to Washington and made an incredible impact. In fact, there's another Dr. Paul who's in Washington right now, fighting the Uniparty and for fiscal sanity every chance he can get. Now, he is not here tonight, but I would like to announce the video address from the great Senator Rand Paul to our audience tonight. Justin, let's roll the clip.
Hey everybody, glad y'all came to Texas for my dad's 90th birthday. I'll be there in a few weeks for our family birthday party. When I think back about my father's amazing career, it's also the story of my childhood and really my whole life. He first ran in 1974 and I was only 11. It was a terrible year for the Republicans. Nixon had resigned because of Watergate and Republicans were crushed at the ballot box. It was actually opposition to Nixon's wage and price controls and Nixon's closing of the gold window that motivated my father to run. My dad got less than 30% of the vote that year, but that defeat turned into victory 2 years later when the longtime Democrat incumbent resigned and a special election was called. I remember going door to door distributing campaign flyers and learning that not everybody loved my dad or the Constitution. The family camper had a big, fat Uncle Sam pasted on the side with the message, "Put Uncle Sam on a diet." The family drove that camper to the GOP National Convention in Kansas City in 1976, when my dad was one of only a handful of elected congressmen to endorse Ronald Reagan over Ford. My dad served for 8 years and became known as a champion of limited constitutional government. I volunteered as an intern in high school. My dad would invite all the interns on Capitol Hill to hear free market speakers. I got to meet Walter Williams, Hans Sennholz, and Murray Rothbard. I've continued that tradition each year by inviting interns from Republican and Democrat offices alike to hear defenders of the Constitution. When my dad ran for the U.S. Senate in 1984, I took a semester off from college to help out. When that campaign was unsuccessful, I began my medical studies and my father went back to practicing obstetrics and gynecology for the next 12 years. In 1996, my dad won, against all odds, one of the greatest upsets in congressional elections. His opponent was a Democrat incumbent who switched parties to become a Republican. GOP leadership convinced over 100 congressmen to contribute to my dad's opponent. Our family, 5 kids and dozens of grandkids, walked door to door all over coastal Texas and waved Ron Paul signs on the street corners. Everybody had a blast. My wife, Kelly, led the grandkids in the cheer, "Hey y'all, vote for Ron Paul." My dad became famous opposing unconstitutional government spending, but he became even more famous opposing unconstitutional foreign wars. During the Bush years, my dad opposed expanding the Department of Education, opposed expanding Medicare, and with a few other Republicans voted against the Iraq War. My father's 2 runs for the presidency as a Republican spawned a liberty wave of young people, many of whom proclaimed that Ron Paul cured their apathy. When my dad explained that for every military intervention in the Middle East came blowback, unintended consequences that cost us thousands of lives and trillions of dollars, the party elites booed him. But to everyone's astonishment, his grassroots campaign organized money bombs to set one-day records for online fundraising. These famous stands caused the swamp to hate him, but ignited a movement that eventually became the Tea Party movement. Likely no other figure in the national political discourse deserves as much credit as my father for rejuvenating the dream of our founders. My father was there in 2010 when I upset the establishment to win my primary. I'll never forget one interview we did together on Fox. Neil Cavuto asked my dad, "How does it feel to have your son elected to the upper chamber?" My dad didn't miss a beat. He responded, "Well, if he keeps applying himself, maybe someday he could be elected to the House." Dad, here's wishing you a happy 90th birthday and to many more. Kelly and I send our love.
right. Thank you, Senator Paul, for the video address. All right, folks, stay tight, hang tight, don't move, and we'll get to our next speaker in just a moment. Justin, roll some cool video.
Unbelievable from then on. The kids would hear about the campaign on the internet and look at the videos and get their parents involved.
This is of a piece of a sort of 230-year-old American tradition of, you know, rugged individualism and independence and reverence for liberty. And I think Ron Paul speaks for a lot of people who still uphold those ideas.
You set the record. In the history of American politics, nobody has ever raised more money on a single day than you.
Gosh.
And yet, this is happening without your campaign people coordinating it. This is completely about grassroots, and it's completely about you just saying what you believe in.
Oh, no, you can't have a government like this without an income tax, but we don't want a government like this. This is not the kind of government that was designed by our founders of the country. It's not what was written in the Constitution. We've only had an income tax since 1913. But if you want a welfare state, and if you want to police the world and pay for the defense of Japan and Germany, send foreign aid to the Soviet Union, you not only need the income tax, you need the Federal Reserve to print up the money when the deficit is accumulated. So we think the government should be much smaller.
The income tax is unnecessary. Again, something happened in the 20th century where the American people decided that there would be...
The 16th Amendment happened, yeah.
Something happened where we...
My dad's going to have a mic on his shirt. Somebody told me he was going to have a mic on his shirt.
Has he not been lapelled yet?
I don't know. No, he has not.
Okay, then we'll get him lapelled.
But you can just hand me that when you're done.
Yeah, you
Okay.
bet. Sure thing. All right, folks. I want to call up the next speaker of the stage, someone who has been instrumental for putting this event together. Without him, there is no Ron Paul 90th birthday barbecue. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Ronnie Paul.
Hello, hello. It's on. Thank y'all. It's really, my dad's been thoroughly impressed all day watching all this, and I just can't thank y'all enough for coming. I'll talk about some other things for a second. One of the questions I've gotten through the years is, what is it like to grow up in a house with Ron Paul? So I got 2 points. So you know when I get done with the second point, I'm done. The first point is, our household was a constitutional republic. We had a constitution written by my mother. She was the judge. The amendment process was controlled by my mother. And she had the final say. But you know, it was simple. We had rules. And if you broke the rules, you got in trouble. You get in trouble at school, you got in twice as much trouble at home. It was a pretty simple process. But without it, our family would not have made it. So I want everybody to give my mother a big hand. She is sitting over here tonight, and thank her for our family. That's one point. Second point, my dad was not in the middle of our business. He didn't give us a lot of details of do this, do that. He was more on the high level. So he kind of said, you know, get an education, learn a skill, get a job. You know, it's not real complicated. You know, so how'd we do on that? We have somewhere around 60, 65 immediate people in our family. Kids, grandkids, spouses. And we have teachers, we have business owners, we have doctors, engineers, we even have a veterinarian. We have no lawyers. So I think we listened to his advice, get a job, produce something. But anyway, y'all didn't come here to listen to me talk, and he's our father, statesman to y'all, but he's everybody's hero, Ron Paul.
So it's over and done with. We can retire. Quite too early for that. But where did all these people come from? How did you get them in this building? Did you have to bribe them or what? Oh, wonderful, wonderful. This is wonderful. Boy, I'll tell you, I was thinking about introducing my family, but I understand we did get an introduction to the family. And but I wanted a list. I asked the staff for a list of everybody who has helped me and supported me and worked for me and all. So I have that list, so I'm going to read that list off and make sure everybody was personally thanked. But that list got pretty long. And one of the frustrations I've always had in campaigning and working and getting so much support, and I always felt a little guilty or neglectful that I never thanked you all enough. And because, yes, I'm a figurehead and I have a message, but there's no message without you. There is none. So thank you all very much. So this has been a wonderful day here today, and to see so many people. And to start off, it's not all that easy. But you've talked about my career, if that's what it is, or my activities, or my attempts at trying to change a few things. And it's something that has been around. So there's not a whole lot of new things I can tell you. You already know that one big issue that motivated me over the years was to get a sound monetary system, and you had to get rid of the Fed in order to do that. So I was thinking about the first time I heard that slogan, and I didn't invent it. I mean, I talk like we ought to end the Fed, but I remember being on a liberal college campus, and I was giving a speech, and all of a sudden, I guess I could name the school. I think it was up in Michigan someplace, and we considered it liberal. But all of a sudden, there was a crowd. Maybe there were only a dozen Ron Paul supporters, but we heard from them. They got up, and when we started talking about money, they started burning Federal Reserve notes. That's against the law, Just sit back. Somebody else is going to burn the value of it, and that's where our real problem is. So they did that. But then they started chanting, and the Fed, it turned out that when I wrote the book on the Fed, I used that term. I thought it was pretty elite, and it was sharp, and you can't get confused with. You know what we stand for? We stand for sound money. You can't have sound money unless you investigate, understand, and realize the power that is wielded by a system of government where you have fiat money. Well, can't you audit them and find out what's going on and participate in it? Oh, sure. It's when they talk about independence, no, we can't let anybody audit and know about what's going on because the Fed wants independence. There's one word that you can use. Anybody ever tells you that, well, don't you think they ought to be independent? The word they use for independent is secrecy. That's what they want. But I was always, and some people, I've had a criticism, why don't you just talk only about ending the Fed, none of this audit stuff? And I said, yeah, but the audit's a step. And if we ever got a true audit, what would the people in this country do? They would end the Fed if they knew what was going on. But even before 1913, there were people, talking about establishing the Fed. And they had academic resistance to it, and they still passed the Fed. But there's always been a group of people who talked about the Fed. But in recent decades, I think prior to the 1970s, when the Fed really messed up our money, and we had our first step toward ultimate bankruptcy, and that was August 15th, 1971. When we reneged, we cheated. We printed so much money, paper money, the currency, and also that we fooled the people into accepting that as the reserve currency of the world. And there was some logic to it. We were very wealthy. We had natural wealth, and we benefited tremendously by not suffering as other countries did from the war. And so we were able to do that and end it. But August 15th changed a lot. And I remember the day very, very clearly. It was Sunday night, and our president was going to give a special speech, and I think his name was Nixon. and he gave a speech, and I really was startled, and I thought, wow, this is a big deal. And it turned out a big deal. And if you were trying to measure how big a deal it was, one of the best measurement of the purchasing power of the dollar, gold gives you an idea. If the price of gold goes up, it's an indication there's some problem. What was the initial reaction to the closing of the gold window? I remember I was a member of the Chamber of Commerce at the time, and on Monday mornings we always had a meeting, and we talked about legislation. It was pretty boring, and we talked about that. But I was even startled more because the Chamber of Commerce, they're free enterprise, aren't they? They're for all this. They're not crony capitalists. So they came out strongly in favor of that monstrous bill that changed the world on monetary policy. There were tariffs on it, all kinds of stuff. And I said, this is ushering in a bad situation. The decade, many here probably remembers the 70s, but the 70s were very, very tough economically. And to end it, Volcker got there, and interest rates had to go to 21%. And what do we have today? We have two people, thinking they know what interest rates ought to be. And they're arguing, and that's the big argument over fiat money. What should the interest be? Should it be 1% or 3.5%? As if they know. They don't know, and it's just this distraction. They're not talking about monetary policy, but they have their reasons, because some people benefit from lower interest rates. Some people benefit from higher interest rates. So it was all a game they play, but it serves the interests of the people who believe in big government. And who are those people? Well, there are some people who believe in pure democracy. The founders hated it, but pure democracy and interventionism is what we have today. And that means that it encourages everybody to have a PAC, and be lobbyists. to go to Congress and, get up 51%. So you get a bunch of people in different PACs and put them together, then go to the government. And then they respond by, just spending more money. But that really feeds into it, especially, you can think about that as individuals or families. They might be very, very wealthy and they might spoil their kids or something. Well, we were a spoiled nation because we had a gold standard prior, for a while. We had a lot of natural wealth, and we survived some terrible wars. And that was, gave us this position where we were able to do whatever the people wanted. And they were true Democrats in the negative sense. Democracy. I happen to be annoyed by the word democracy. That is just nothing more than a dictatorship of the majority. You get the majority together and demand. So you can expect what would happen. Well, adjusting was a tremendous thing in the 70s because gold was theoretically $35 an ounce. Before the decade was over, it was over $800 for a while. It was just this tremendous adjustment. And there were times when I anticipated, that this is going to get bad if they don't correct it, and they haven't corrected it. But where are we now? I thought, even though I prepared myself psychologically and academically that things are going to get bad, it's still hard for me to say, what was the price of gold this morning? $3,600, going up. And the tragedy for us, the tragedy for the peace and prosperity is it hasn't gone very far yet. It is just, if it doubled, tripled, quadrupled in the 70s, it could do that again. I mean, I can remember when it did hit $500 in the 70s. And I thought, wow, this is unreal. And there was a period where the people were lulled to sleep, and the gold indicator, went to sleep. And at the beginning of this century, gold was $270 an ounce, and that's the way markets work. But the believers in inflation by printing too much money and special interests getting control, and to do this, they have to undermine our liberties. They don't enhance our liberties with a system like this. They encourage, the people to just become, much more attuned to manipulating the government. So what does it do to our system? Well, what the system does is, there's been a few warmongers in the 20th century and the 21st century, and they were mainly Americans because we've been involved in, a few wars here and there. But by far, we have been involved in way too many wars for over 100 years, and that has to stop if we want our liberties back. Our slogan for the organization we have now is for peace and prosperity. And peace, it looks like we have a few good peaceniks in here for the right reason. But that encourages a whole business in itself. If you had that type of system that I just mentioned, guess what it would do? It would undermine, if we couldn't print the money and we had to live within our means, all of a sudden, guess what? The military-industrial complex would be wiped out. They couldn't exist. And I think the world would be a lot more peaceful. I know there's been some good words said in the last, year or two. Maybe people are getting serious about cutting back. But so far, the promises that we heard about in the last 6 months, I can't come and say, well, good news are here. They said they were going to cut, and they cut the budget this year by $10 trillion or 10 million or 10 cents. Not 1 cent has been cut. And so things are in a momentum. There's no way under today's circumstances that we can break the spending. Well, first, look at the interest on the payments. That's just out of control. Now, Donald Trump wants lower interest rates to help the government, but they're not going to go down. They're more likely to end up where they did in 1970 and 79 and 80. They hit 21%. So the conditions we have will force interest rates up, and as soon as the Congress made a good effort and would like to have cut, and there were some good people trying to do that, but they didn't get anything cut. The people, really rebelled. There was too much, and the Congress backed down. So we're on autopilot, whether it's interest rates or the spending or the warmongering. So what we have to have is a change of attitude about the role of government and our responsibilities. Because I don't believe in pure democracy and the dictatorship of the majority, but I really strongly believe in the concept of a prevailing attitude. And what I'm talking about there is, if you look at what happened with COVID, a total disaster, created by our government. It could have been prevented, but and the government was on the wrong side of this, and a lot of people suffered, and they're still suffering from that. And it could have been solved and prevented by just saying, we're in thunder. Did the government get the authority to manage our health care, and they're not doing a good job? Horrible. So the spending will continue, and we have to be prepared, and the prevailing attitudes have to change. The prevailing attitudes right now have been cooked up by a conspiracy of bad education in our universities that we paid for, So if you look at the economic policies they taught in most of the universities, the bigger they were, the better they were known, and the richer they were, the more they were in cahoots with big government. So that is the big problem is changing that result, because the result is there. I think one example of the pervasive result of that type of education is in our judicial system. The judicial system has one thing for sure, it has very little to do with justice. So, but I think in the judicial system and those ideas with Tulsi around, we might get a break and get some help up there one of these days. But prevailing attitudes come from education. That is it. And it isn't going to come from the progressive universities. That's not where it's going to come from. But, a lot of stuff, I could go on with more negatives and how bad things are. But we can also think about some of the good things that are happening, because there is a sincere effort to change and alter the prevailing attitude that government has to do this. People say, well, who would provide me safety? Well, the Second Amendment should provide your safety. But the prevailing attitude will come, and I think the COVID was a good example. The universities didn't change the attitude of the parent-teachers associations when the parents finally finally woke up to what was going on, and they started attending these meetings and firing some of those people that were doing these terrible things. And I think people, their attitude changed not with the help of the government, it was in spite of the government that people will wake up. And I think it was parental control over their children that was really a blessing to this. And guess what? Maybe in a free society, who has the ultimate responsibility for their children? That's the parents. That's why we have a breaking out and more all the time. During COVID, I have a little homeschooling program. The number of people wanting homeschooling went way up, and that is good. So, and the attitudes changed when necessary. We still have enough freedom to do this. We don't have a lot of enough freedom to do all the things we'd like to do because we're still asking our government for too much permission. And the other one thing, I think we've been enslaved, and the thing that I use to defend that position is the fact that they keep the registration for the military draft on the books. That shouldn't even be there. Now the big argument is, should we draft the women too? Or what are we gonna do? How are we gonna solve these problems? Well, you just don't draft people. Their lives don't belong to you. And there's another little rule that we have here that we adapt to too readily. And that is what they do with us on taxation. There's two taxes, the income tax. The income tax is based on the assumption that the government owns everything, and you get paid $10,000. That's not your money. You only can keep what the government gives you permission to keep. And so those two things means that the sovereignty is with our government, and we lose our own sovereignty and making our own decisions. And that is where the answers are, and that is what we have to signal. But people get frightened. You mean we wouldn't have troops overseas? How are we going to police the world and how are we going to bring about peace around the world? And maybe there would be a lot more people paying attention if we could do that. But I'll tell you what, I still think that things are changing. Things are changing a lot electronically and technically. I'm not real good on the technology, some of the computers and all, but I do recognize the good part of it. The information is much better. They even allow me to get on the internet once in a while and reach a few people. So that is. So the technology, I think, gives us danger. Because you could use the comparison of nuclear energy. Nuclear energy can destroy the world, and nuclear energy can provide probably the cheapest, cleanest energy ever, but that's prohibited from it. So that needs education, and we should allow the people to make these decisions, and there would be a far safer world. The word that I use for that on trying to decide what you could do is voluntarism as compared to authoritarianism. And there are too many authoritarians because they just delight in telling other people what to do. They don't know what to do with their own lives, but they think they're smart enough to tell you what you could do with your life. So authoritarianism. But voluntarism, just think if everything you did, whether it was personal, whether it's religious, whether it's sexual, how about buying and selling? Well, there's still some voluntarism there, but less and less because there's all kinds of regulations and everything. But voluntarism, if everybody followed that in all those categories, guess what we would have? We'd have peace breaking out everywhere if everything was voluntary. But this argument about the authoritarians and the voluntarist has been around for a long time. I happen to have a strong belief in natural law. And I think natural law tells us that without any government teaching history and civilization, you're not supposed to lie, cheat, steal, or kill. And all civilization, all the way back to primitive times, when they first had the first writing, that they knew and understood this. And then as the civilization advanced, it was incorporated. Like the founders knew something about natural law, but natural law tells you you're not supposed to be aggressive and going and killing people. And yet, who are the biggest aggressors? Government. Just think of our own government. How many people, when we go and get into these places, how many innocent people killed? Oh no, we don't do it. We didn't lose any soldiers last week. Well, but did any of our bombs that we built and paid for, were there any killings? And so it's this obsession with empire. And people love it. The militarists just think this is really a lot of fun. And it is so bad. But they see this as the way to keep people in line because they don't trust people. They don't trust liberty. And yet I see two groups of people in Washington, the people I've been introduced to. And that is, there's several, even though they might not be libertarian per se, but they are seeking and trying to find the truth. They have a sincere effort to find the truth. And then there's another group called nihilists. I think nihilism has won many battles here after a while, but they believe that you can't know truth. You can't even define it. And you hear a lot. You have to tell fibs. They're telling lies, but what they're doing, all those things when they, we have to have some spin on this next issue because it's controversial, but they're saying we want to lie about it. So the lying, what would happen if governments all of a sudden quit lying? I would think it would be a tremendous help to it. But if you eliminated all the deaths caused by governments, that would be a healthy thing. But I really do believe that in spite of all this, that we live in a better society than past. I really got interested in monetary policies in the 60s, and even in the 80s, people would ask, what are you talking about? Why are you worried about the Federal Reserve? But a lot of people now, one of the biggest arguments right now is a silly argument, but the argument there is over monetary policy. What should the interest rates be? And they don't admit, well, we don't have the vaguest idea what they should be, but we want to argue and fight about it. And so they'll spend a lot of time on that. And that's hard for some people to accept. But the market is really very, very powerful in deciding things. And manipulation of the monetary system is the creation of a business cycle, and that is well known, and it makes a big difference. And somebody would ask me something, how did you know we were going to have a slump and a depression or a recession? And I said, well, you don't know it when it starts, you know it when they print all the money. When you inflate the currency, you have to have payback, and they do pay. You have to pay back all that debt. That $36 trillion of debt has to be liquidated under these circumstances. And look how fast it's growing. So I think we're moving rapidly toward, the situation where it's a complete blow-off, the whole thing crashes. And we have an obligation. And the people in this room have a tremendous obligation. Because as far as I'm concerned, you're further ahead than all the professors out there. And, but you're already participating. You're involved. You come to events. And this message has to be spread, but it has to be outside the government. The government you can't wait until you get enough good professors. And it's good finding a better congressman and getting him in, that should be the case. But you've got to be realistic. That is not going to change things. It has to be a prevailing attitude that people change. Vietnam was an eye-opener for me. I was drafted in the 70s, 60s, and they were busy. They were trying to solve the problems, just by fighting these wars, and they would refuse to negotiate. It was just horrible of what was going on. So I see the problem as being so much government, out of control. In many ways, I see so many improvements. I was influenced a whole lot by Leonard Reed at the Fee Foundation, and also by Murray Rothbard and libertarians and the professors. So that was the influence. It was academics, and I found it fascinating. I thought, this is interesting, and that's one thing that we have to do. We all have an obligation. If you come to this conclusion that I have, in a miscellaneous way, tried to pronounce about what freedom is all about, if you believe it and you believe that things are bad, I believe that you have a moral responsibility to spread that message one way or the other. And I think a lot of people do that all the time, but everybody has different talents. And my daydream, my nightmare is, I'd like to spread the message if I was a great singer and I could sing this song, but I'm not. So I have to do what I do. It's just express myself. But I think that. Looking at this is very, very exciting, and it should be a lot of fun. That's the other thing. When you get together like a group like this with like-minded, you're supposed to have a lot of fun with like-minded people, and although there are serious problems, I think we can get by better if you're having fun. It seems to me, and I'll ask you the question, have you been having fun at this meeting? Well, anyway, I don't consider things complex. When they talked about bringing troops home and how many troops can you bring home at a time and like this, and they were agitating over the details that made no sense to me. And I tried to simplify. I said, this was probably in the Middle East. I said, we just marched in, we can just march out. So it isn't complicated. One phrase, I guess I'm just lazy, because some of my best phrases are very short. Though I would say, freedom is popular. Okay. Well, okay. So, it's been a blessing for me to be able to participate. And some people would ask me, why did you get frustrated? How could you live with those people up there? They're a bunch of creeps. I said, it never bothered me. My attitude was make the best of it and talk to people and get along with them. And I left Congress 3 different times. After the second time, I wrote a little booklet, about leaving Congress. And that was back when we had, they still do it. They have a Republican Democratic baseball game. And I was always a frustrated baseball player, and I got to put a uniform on. I never did as a kid. So I wrote in my book I said the one thing was in this sports that the Democrats and the other side and the Republicans, we never talked politics out there, and you remember the friendship. Oh, you were a baseball player back there. So I'm a strong believer that countries ought to do more of that too, because in a way that's what Nixon did with China, and yet people turn that around too. But I do think sports are just great for individuals and communities and everything, but it's wonderful. But I think it's to hone in on the one issue is give people their liberty, and they will take good care of themselves, and they will take good care of protecting liberty. And we can do that, and we are doing it. And I think I'm just convinced when I look at a crowd like this, I say, and they're even clapping for what I'm saying? Wow. I think there's a lot. So there's more people out there. So I end up saying there's a lot more good people than bad people. But I say the bad people are in the government, and that is what we have to deal with. But I want to close by saying I really appreciate very much your willingness to support our efforts and what we do. And the one thing that you don't know is because I know that if you're interested in the issue of liberty, you talk about it. You probably have newsletters list. A lot of you do more like that. You may be professionals spreading this message. And I talk to young people who have their own podcasts and radio stations, that they did just recently, and I would be on their program. I said, you don't have any idea how much good you're doing. They said, well, we just have a small station. But but you don't know where the message goes. And just remember that a message whose time has come cannot be stopped by bullets or any little force. And I believe the time has come to spread the message of liberty. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Oh.
Keep it going for the great Dr. Paul, everybody. Thank you for everything. This has been an unprecedented day. All the biggest names in the liberty movement together in one place. We laughed, we cried, and we celebrated the man who cured our apathy, Dr. Ron Paul. It has been so good to be with you. And while our programming for the night may have concluded, the Ron Paul revolution continues. And you heard what he just told us. We need to spread the message. And I trust everyone in this room will continue to do that when they leave today and for the rest of the year and for the rest of time until we have true liberty in this country. So here's what we're going to do. We have a social out in the foyer that runs until 10 p.m. We'd love for all of you to join. These doors are going to lock when you leave, so you will not be able to come back into this ballroom. Take everything, all your belongings, out of the ballroom and don't expect to come back in. After social in that foyer, this has been one amazing day. Thank you so much all for being here and supporting the great Dr. Ron Paul. Thank you so much, everybody. while you're out there, we're going to have a silent auction with some great Ron Paul memorabilia that benefits the Money Bomb. We got Scott Horton selling some books. We got so many great booths to stop by and see out there. So go out and meet those sponsors. And we are at $210,000 for the Money Bomb, everybody. Let's get that up to $250. Chip in.